something better. You're the biggest part of me. Special baby, the last time we'll make it come true. Make a list of baby, make a list of the things I'll do for you. Ain't no risk now. My love ain't down on you, so we can wash away the past, so that we may start anew. More than an easy feeling, she brings all to me. How can I tell you what it means to me? So like a lazy river for an eternity, I finally found someone who believes in me. I've ever seen. Need your love to live beside me. Keep it close enough to guide me from the fears that are bothering me. You're the biggest part of me. Got a feeling that forever we're gonna stay together. Now and forever, you're the biggest part of me. You're the life that breathes in me. You're the biggest part of me.
Okay, I don't have a gavel, but we'll call this meeting to order. The special meeting of the City Council Public Finance Authority. Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Kalnick. Councilmember Mosher. Here. Mayor Pro Tem Vandermark. Here. Mayor Strickland.
Here.
Councilmember McKeon.
Here.
Councilmember Bolton. Here. Councilmember Burns.
Here.
All present.
Okay, we're going to do the Pledge of Allegiance, led today by Councilman McKeon.
Let's rise. Ready to begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we're going to public comments. City Clerk, do we have anybody signed up to speak?
I don't have any speaker sheets at the moment, Mayor, and I do want to announce that we did receive today's presentation. It was a PowerPoint from Catherine Junn, and it's been uploaded into council iPads and the website file. And that's it. If anybody has a speaker sheet they'd like to bring up to me, please do so now. Okay.
Seeing none, we'll move down the agenda to administrative items. I believe I turn it over to Carol. Is that correct?
City manager, please.
Oh, turn it over to Al. Sorry,
That's all right.
it didn't say to who.
Yeah, no, that's all right. Thank you, Mayor. And members of the council, I just want to have about 2 minutes of opening remarks, but thanks to the council and the public for being here and for the entire city team for being here. As you know, this strategic planning effort is an important step of the ongoing effort of the City Council to define the policy direction of the city so that we as the city team and me as your Chief Administrative Officer can carry out your policy direction and help you achieve the vision that you have for the city. Recently, I had a conversation with a husband and wife from Huntington Beach about the strategic plan effort, and it led us into a conversation about the importance of the strategic plan in the context of policy and politics. And what was very interesting was how we talked about the importance of the strategic plan in bringing together all the ideas, the mindsets, the frame of references, the beliefs, all of that this city council as a body brings together each time you deliberate. And we also talked about how in the administrative side, we are constantly working within the context of the law to provide facts and figures and information to help both inform your decision-making as a body and also just to do the work that we're supposed to do based on your policy direction. And this melding together of policy direction by the council and work by the staff really is so much more valuable when we have a strategic planning session like this and we can understand your priorities and your guidance so that we can have that healthy tension that often occurs between the work of policy and the work of being an elected official and elected body to represent your constituents. And so the conversation was wonderful because it allowed this particular husband and wife to kind of better understand how local government works and how the gears of the body politic come together with the bureaucracy in pursuit of good outcomes for the public. With that, to help us with the strategic planning effort, we are guided and joined today by the Management Partners Group of Baker Tilly. And there's 4 members of their team here today. Steve Mermel is here today. He's, as you may already know, he has over 30 years of local government experience with the city of Pasadena, city manager, assistant city manager, chief financial officer, a whole host of experiences. I think Steve once said that there isn't anything he hasn't done in the city of Pasadena. So his experience is broad and he's a resource to you. Carol Jacobs has an incredibly extensive experience as well. She has worked as a city manager in Stanton and Eastville. Most recently served as assistant city manager at the city of Newport Beach. Has had leadership roles in everything from harbor and information technology to utilities and homelessness. Don White, 40 years in local government. He served as a city manager, assistant city manager, CFO, director of admin services. Like Steve, he's a Swiss Army knife. There isn't anything he hasn't done. And together with the four-member team, Don does some great work. And then Mary Losi, who has worked at a variety of capacities in local government, everything from supporting the work of city council members to doing budgetary work and purchasing, and just managing many different dimensions of city government. So the four of them will be supporting you today and supporting us today. Lastly, I would be remiss if I didn't thank the people who actually leaned in. Shannon Levin, Catherine, June, Grace, Yoon Taylor, Sandy Frakes, Kathy Fikes, Travis Hopkins, the entire executive team, Renee Walker. Just everyone came together to put this together for you and for the city to have a very successful day. And with that, I'll yield the floor to Carol so that she can take us away from there. So thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing us to be here. It has been an absolute pleasure to get to know you. I've worked around you, but never in the city of Huntington Beach, and so it's been super fun to meet you all and understand what some of your issues and concerns are. And today is about community. Today is about the community of Huntington Beach. What is best for your community? And the seven of you are the ones that are going to help us determine that. And we hope through this process today that you will come together and see what you have in common, because what you're looking at is what's in the best interest of the community. And so I want to go through the agenda pretty quickly. We're going to have a little icebreaker. Today we might make you a little bit uncomfortable, and that's okay. We want you to begin to continue to work as a team, as a group. The seven of you are a new team, and you're not the only part of the team. There's an entire team that supports you, and that goes to the city manager and this amazing executive team that you have in support of you as well. So we're going to do a little icebreaker. We want to set the stage and kind of Al's going to give you a background of everything about Huntington Beach, things maybe you didn't know about Huntington Beach, even though you may have lived here your whole life. What are those things that make Huntington Beach Huntington Beach? So we're going to go through that to kind of set the stage for you as we move forward through the day. We want to take a look at your financial look briefly. We understand you already did that Tuesday night, so we'll go through that pretty quickly. But again, we want to refresh and set the stage for that. We talked to all of you council members, and we heard from you some of the great things that have already happened. So we want to review those kind of key accomplishments and what's been going on. We're going to set the goal and priority setting is going to be the bulk of our day, and that's where the real work will come in, and we're going to do that. We'll have some lunch. We'll have some breaks. If y'all need a break, raise your hand and say, we need a break now. We can do that. We can accommodate whatever you need. And then we'll wrap up the day with what's going to happen after this. This is the first step in a series of work that's going to need to be done once we're done today by us and Al and your team after. So we're not voting today. This is talking about consensus. This is talking about what your priorities are. And then Al's going to bring this all back to you at a later time for you to vote formally on. So here's the objective. What is strategic planning and why do we do it? We want you to understand why we're here and what the purpose is. We want to establish goals and priorities for the next 4 years. So you can't do everything all at once, no matter how much you want it. That is not realistic for the resources and the staff you have. So let's put a plan together about what's important to you to get done first and what's important to you to get done a little bit later. You want to identify those priorities, and we'll get into this a little bit more, but we've established some goals based on your input, and then we've established some draft priorities for you to consider. You'll have an opportunity to add to those priorities as we move through the day. And then we want to strengthen teamwork. This does not work unless you're all a team and unless you all are on the same page together. And so we want to make sure that as you get to know each other and the executive team a little bit better, that we will have come together stronger than when we started today. Here's some rules, and these rules are really, really important. And we set them to set the stage again so that we have an effective workshop for you. And we come out with what we want to. Respect. We need to listen to understand each other's point of view. We may not agree with each other, and that's totally fine. But can we do it in a respectful way, and can we at least try to understand that other person's point of view? You know, you may say something I totally disagree with, but at least I understand where you're coming from and why. We want to seek consensus, agreement. We know you don't agree on everything. We don't expect you to agree on everything. But what are those commonalities? What are those things that are best for the community that you can agree on? And that's what we want to focus our energies on today. Assume good intent. I know in speaking with I think I missed you in talking to you, Gracie, but in talking with all of you, I know you all want what is best for this community, period. Now, how you get there and what that looks like to each of you is different. But you all got on this council not because you wanted to see Huntington Beach go down the toilet, right? You got in here because you want to make it better. And so when we're talking with each other, let's assume that there's good intent. That, oh, well, they're saying that or they're saying that. No, this is good intent. We all have good intent. Your staff has good intent. Your staff wants to, follow what your policy direction is. They want to implement those policy directions. That's their goal. And they all have good intent. I know they do because we've spoken with them. So we want to assume good intent. And we want to put on your governance hat. And that really means this is not a campaign. We're not campaigning. We're not trying to get votes here. We're trying to govern this huge organization. This is a massive organization that you are responsible for with 200,000 plus people in it. And you need to govern it. And in governing it, what you're going to be doing today is setting up the organization for success for the next 4 to 5 years. And that's what we want you to do. So think about governance, think about the community as a whole, and that will get us to the place where Al and his team can really move this organization forward based on what your priorities are. And finally, we're going to stay focused. This is a long day, and you guys have already committed a lot of time and energy to this. If we stay focused, we can accomplish what we need to do today and move this organization forward with Al and his team. So we want to make sure that we stay focused. If, oh my God, there's something I have to say, and it may not be quite related, don't be offended, because I have good intent. My intent is only to make you all happy and make sure this is a fun day for you all. And I may say, you know what, that's a great idea, but that's not part of this. Let me put this on this bike rack. And this bike rack is over there behind you. And we're going to write it down and we're going to record it. And it's something that Al and the council member can address at a later time. Okay, it's not that it's a bad idea, it's just not something that's going to be part of this group. So we want to make sure that you understand that. Talk about the bike rack, there you go. All right, I'm going to introduce my colleague and friend, Don White, and he's going to take you through the icebreaker.
Mary is going to be passing around a sheet to the mayor, mayor pro tem, council members, and the city manager. You will be the 8 participating in this exercise, given the number of people here and the amount of time. We've limited it to the 8 of you. We call this an icebreaker, but the purpose really is to introduce an air of informality to this day. It's important to understand that this is a city council meeting, a special meeting of the city council, but it's not a business meeting like you had Tuesday night. It's a little bit informal. And in this icebreaker, what we're going to ask you to do is to just briefly talk with each other, the other 7, and find out something you have in common. It cannot be anything related to your work here in Huntington Beach. So being an elected official in Huntington Beach is not a legitimate thing that you have in common. Try to find something that is unusual, something that is maybe really funny so that we can all laugh about it. And then when you're done, we will have you share what your responses are. And hopefully we'll have a little bit of fun and also maybe get to know a little bit more about one another. So you can go ahead, free to stand up and walk around and talk with each other.
Real quick.
Is it that arrow?
Well, there's our commonality, law enforcement. Going on 12 years. Yeah. That's the strength of mine and my wife's relationship, I think. Yeah. We got something to do independently. I mean, like, go to France. I can call her up right now and say, hey, something's come up. I'm going to France for a couple of weeks. She go, okay, what do I have to do? Is there any bills? She wouldn't care. She wouldn't even flinch. But if we can do it together, cool. She goes with her friends. I mean, or whatever. She doesn't even matter. Someone to law enforcement here.
That's right.
Oh, yeah. I woke up one day.
Oh, I shouldn't have done. Yeah, that's what, when you go to college.
And I turned out, like I wanted to get on with my life. I said, well, I'm either going to, one different jobs, like 7 try to do medical training as a doctor in time for only 8 years. Oh, really? Yeah. And I was like, that's a good deal.
Would you at high school?
And then I said, if I don't get that, I'm going to have to get a good job. I better get some interview experience. I was only 20. I woke up one day and I went down to City Hall to fill out an application. 2.5 months later, I got it. Oh, yeah. Before I knew it, but my dad was a cop.
Where did you graduate?
City cop. Linwood, King County Sheriff. But really, I just woke up one day. It worked out. I retired at 50.
Right. Yeah, because I graduated college in 01, so after like 9/11.
Yeah. Yeah. All right.
Little Rhonda.
What, high school or college?
Oh, yeah.
I was gonna say, yeah.
I went to school in City Hall. That's real close to the Sud de
Yeah.
What age is her?
I think we're both very sympathetic.
What was that?
Push the limit.
so welcome. Okay, on the side.
Travis, are we gonna introduce you here, or are we gonna introduce Al? Okay, that's fine, yeah. Yeah, I have to go you, so. Yeah, okay.
Travis is doing by the number?
Yeah, so Steve will introduce you, and Steve will hand you the remote, the
Yeah.
clicker, yeah? Yep.
I mean, I hate to cut it short because there are actually, some of them I think
I know.
are now talking to each other.
Let's give him 2 more minutes?
2 more minutes.
Okay.
Okay, we have 2 more minutes.
This is good. This is good.
So you have one of these on Saturday?
I have one on Saturday in La Mesa.
Where at? La
Yeah,
Mesa?
La Mesa, yeah.
Are you going down the night before?
No. It doesn't start till noon.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Time up?
9 seconds, yeah, time's up.
Okay. Okay, if we can take our seats. You can always talk later, too.
You were 94, right?
94, I was a year older.
So I was 97, so she
Oh, a couple
was
years.
senior when I was probably freshman.
Wow.
But I was an older,
He was mature.
my mom always told me that.
So what we're going to do is we'll start with Mayor Strickland.
Okay.
And he gets to pick what he thinks is the most interesting, unusual, funny, weird, whatever
Of all of them?
commonality of all of the ones that you have. And then we'll go down the line and give everyone that opportunity.
So I go and mention each one.
No, you just pick out the number
Just one.
the one that you like best.
Okay, I'll do the one with Natalie Mosier. She's actually really good friends with my girlfriend from college.
Oh.
That's random. That's the most interesting.
Why aren't you still with that girl?
He's married.
Casey.
Yeah, I'd say me and Dan and I, we have kids that are basically 4 days apart. So,
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Very good. How old?
So 10 months, my son Liam will be 10 months tomorrow, and then
Oh.
Dan is what, 40, on the 13th.
Yeah, real new.
Yeah.
Great. Okay, Rhonda?
So I also have something unusual in common with Dan. So we've both been to the same obscure place in Europe. We've both been to Gibraltar.
Nice.
All the Little Rock. They're Area 51.
Pat?
I'll go with Al. Both of us have been to Nice and traveled backpacking through Europe
All right, great.
a few years ago.
Al?
Councilmember Burns took mine. So Mayor Strickland and I are both have connections to Truth or Consequences, New Mexico. So my best friend's dad, my best friend's from there. His dad was a hospital administrator, and Mayor Strickland has a good, was it a good friend?
College, my buddy that played college basketball with was from TRC.
Yep.
They call it TRC.
How did you get to that commonality?
Yeah.
I heard him mention it once before, but I didn't know anything about it.
Okay.
And so we started talking about it. Yeah.
Interesting, interesting.
It's by Roswell.
Dan?
I'll take Councilmember Burns. We both served in public safety together. I was a volunteer firefighter, and
Oh, okay.
Mr. Burns was a Long Beach police officer.
Great, great. Natalie?
I'll take Casey McKeon for 4,000. We're both Marina Vikings
Go
from high
Vikings.
school. locally.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yep.
And Gracie?
Pat Burns. We're both always on a diet. And he bakes. It doesn't help.
No, it doesn't.
All right, well, very good. Well, that, you guys did great. You passed that exercise. There's no prizes, but you guys did a great job. Yes, Al?
Can I say one more?
Yes,
I
you
know it's
can.
cool.
I don't want to play
Is
anymore.
in talking with Councilmember Bolton, we've both been to the York, Pennsylvania.
Council's job is to set the big goals, the city manager and his staff execute.
the basics of Huntington Beach local government. Next slide. As we continue to advance the public services of the city, there's a lot of other efforts that you can see on the screen that are carried out each and every day. Everything from 80,000 copies of the SANS delivered quarterly to households to almost 7,000 passport applications being provided by the city clerk's office, and everything in between, but constantly are working to serve the public in Huntington Beach. We continue to make strides in homelessness, and that's been a priority of the city council, and we are committed to continuing on that vein to address it effectively and most efficiently to serve those individuals who have ties to Huntington Beach. Next slide. And as we learned Tuesday night from the Quality of Life Survey, there is an ongoing array of ways that people get their information and communicate about the city of Huntington Beach goings on, and community engagement being and communication being a high priority of this city council is an area of focus that we have now and will continue to have in the days and years ahead. The Quality of Life Survey, just recap on a few points, as you well know from Tuesday night. 8 in 10, roughly, of Huntington Beach residents are satisfied with the work of the city. Homelessness, cost of living, cost of housing are first order of concerns on the minds of the Huntington Beach community. Property crimes, speeding, unsafe driving are also very important to the community. 2/3 are happy with city services. There's satisfaction with the public safety, with library, with special events, water reliability in the city. And as you know, the Surf City USA and the beach being central to the quality of life here, there's a whole dimension of the beach environment that the community prioritizes the improvement of. And with that, hand it back over to Steve.
So some really impressive stats there, really indicative of a high-quality community, high-touch community. Was there anything in there that was surprising to you, council members? Or you already knew all that, because you're on the council?
Well, we just had a presentation on this council meeting.
Yeah, we had a chance to review the Quality of Life Survey that FM3 did for you, and again, really fabulous reporting.
I like that the median income was increasing.
Yep.
Good stat.
Any other comments on this stat? Now we're going to, the context in which so much takes place is financial. If you don't have the money, you can't do anything. So I'm going to take a few minutes and provide an update on the city's financial position. Travis, are you doing that or no? Oh, all right, financial.
Thank you so much. So this slide is just an overview of the proposed budget that was presented on Tuesday. So as you can see there, we had total sources of funds of $289 million and total expenditures of $285 million, with a planned surplus of $3.6 million to address future labor negotiations and other potential costs as well. So this slide just presents an overview of our major general fund revenues. So as you can see, property tax, sales tax, as well as hotel tax make up some of the largest percentages of our general fund revenue. And our major general fund expenditures are broken out by department. So you can see with public safety and public works making up the largest percentage of the city's budget. So this is an updated financial outlook that has been updated since Tuesday. So on this slide, the recurring revenues have been updated to include all of the parking revenues that were approved by the council in May. And it also includes a POA proposal that was approved during the first reading on Tuesday. And that is on the fifth to last line on the box from the bottom, as well as other future expenditures that we anticipate that the city will incur in the out years. So as you can see, we included an additional 1.5 million in the upcoming fiscal year, and it increased in $500,000 increments in each following fiscal year. So in spite of that, we would like to emphasize that the upcoming fiscal year is still balanced. However, in the out years, we will be experiencing a deficit beginning in fiscal year 24-25, $7.4 million, which will increase up to 13.7 in fiscal year 26-27. A large part of this is also due to CalPERS returns and the negative 7.5% return that was experienced in the prior fiscal year. So just as a reminder for CalPERS, so while we did experience phenomenal returns by CalPERS in fiscal year 21, we did have negative 7.5% return. So we do just want to be proactive in managing this, as this is really, our largest, expense that is somewhat out of our control.
We're going a little bit faster than we anticipated, which is good because that'll give us more time to really spend time on the goals and priorities. And so we're good. One of the things we wanted to kind of share with you is prior to particularly the new folks getting on the council, the staff was working. This is an incredibly talented, you are so blessed to have an incredibly talented executive team. They are professionals, they know their business, they provide great policy direction, and they have been working really hard prior to, as long as they've been here, not prior to you just showing up, but as long as they've been here, this organization has been moving forward with lots of projects. And we want to spend a minute and talk about a little bit about what they've been working on in 2022 and kind of the status of your H items as we understand it. So one of the things we're going to do today is you are not going to have 54 priorities. That is not realistic. Even though that is not realistic, your staff has completed 29 of those objectives and 20 are in progress. That's amazing. That's an amazing amount of work that's been done, and the staff has backed the council priorities over this last year. And those are a few sample things of what your staff has been working on. And so what we want to do today is kind of look at what they're currently working on and see if we want to adjust those goals and strategies to encompass some additional items or things that you might be concerned about. $85 million spent in capital improvements. That's a lot of money, and there's a lot of work to get that project into the ground. It's not just those projects don't magically appear. There's years worth of work involved in that. So your staff deserves a round of applause. Thank you, staff. Thank you, staff. So that's really important. And we want you to know that they are working on a number of things, and now is the time to adjust and tweak those priorities as the council sees fit. The other thing that you have here is a thing called H items, which was a little bit new to me, but everyone has a little bit of a process where the council can go to the city manager and say, I'd like to put this on the agenda, and then that gets on the agenda. So you had 25 approved H items, 16 were completed, and 9 are in progress. We're going to talk a little bit more about those in depth, about how your H items integrate into your strategic plan, because we want to make sure that you all understand how this is going to work kind of moving forward. Again, when a council member comes to the staff and wants something done, the H items are the process by which that gets done, and the staff responds to those H items. And frankly, the staff doesn't know what y'all are thinking sometimes, and you pop something on them and they go, okay, well, we'll figure out how to do that, right? And they do, and they figure out a way to try and meet your needs, and that is their goal. One of the things I'm not gonna take a break yet. You guys want a break now, or do you want to wait a few minutes?
We'll wait a few minutes.
Okay, a few minutes, okay, perfect. I think this is the best way to, you guys tell me when you want the break. when we talked to the council, we said, so tell us about what you think are the accomplishments of the organization to date as you know it. And so we want to talk about that, some strengths and challenges and some opportunities that we heard from your team. This is the team in the room, right? It's not just, council input is most valuable, but you are a team. And so we wanted to share with you what your team thinks as well. So here are some of the key accomplishments cited by council members. So these things came all from you. Capital improvements, master plans, MobiMats, Main Street to vehicles, the Pacific Air Show. Homelessness is a huge topic for you, and you're making strides in that area. You're adopting new business-friendly codes, which is really important. 70% of your businesses are 1 to 4 people, so if you have those business-friendly codes, those are really important. So there's some great accomplishments here that you all identified, and I think that's really, really important. Just wanted to share that with you. The team thinks these are your key strengths, and there's agreement on this from most of you. Everyone said, Huntington Beach is 200,000 people, but you all feel like it's a small, tight-knit community. It's got that small town feel, and that's really important to the team. Obviously, you have great weather and great environment. You've got the beaches and downtown and parks and pools and playgrounds and amenities, and you really provide so many services to your residents and great library systems. All of that is just, it's amazing. It's an amazing strength for your community. Everyone wants to come to Huntington Beach. If I was in Newport, I wouldn't have said that. But Huntington Beach is a great place to come to have you have tourists from all over the world, 10 million visitors plus a year. That's an amazing influx of people into 200,000 people, right? And those residents have to be managed by your staff. Public safety, it's very important that they have to make sure that they're managing those visitors, and luckily they're dropping all their money here, and that's good for your budget. You have a low crime rate. Public safety is important. Public safety is great here. It can always be improved. We can all improve, right? So there's always ways to do that. And so in the interviews with focus group with your chief, I know your chief is committed to making that crime rate as low as possible with the resources that he has. And so continuing to keep that low crime rate, making it lower is key. And the staff, particularly the executive staff that we spoke with, they enjoy working with each other, they respect each other, they lean on each other, and they have great teamwork. And you have to have great teamwork to get the job done, because without it, it's an ugly mess. And so you don't have that here. So you may have issues, but you don't have issues with your staff. They are great folks. And one of the things I wanted to suggest to you too is your staff is not political. And your staff may tell you things you don't want to hear. That is their job. They are to tell you the pros and cons of every policy decision you make. And they are not political. They don't care. Whatever the council decides, that's what the council decides. They give their professional opinion to you. You get to make the decision, and they implement whatever decision that makes. Even if privately they think it's the worst idea ever. But you guys don't have any of those worst ideas. I've had that experience in the past, and so you still have to implement something, even if you don't think it's a good idea, and the staff is committed to do that. There's some challenges, right? Every city has challenges. It's really important today to identify those challenges so that we can put together a plan to help address those challenges. Fiscal stability. As a former finance director, I hate to see those brackets around a number. It's scary. It's very scary, and it takes a lot of work and energy and effort to figure out how to keep yourself out of that deficit, and I know with this team you'll be able to do that. Loss of local control, we heard that a lot. the state and its rules and regulations that are coming down on you are a lot, and they are not what the city wants. And you guys have taken some actions to try and get those things to be changed. And so local control is key for you all. And how do we keep our local control? Infrastructure needs. You have a big community, lots of infrastructure needs, lots of maintenance needs. It takes a lot of money to maintain all this wonderful infrastructure that you have. Economic development, always an issue for cities. How do we attract more businesses? How do we get more revenue? That's always key. Housing, the price of housing is astronomical. How do people afford to live in Huntington Beach? How do we provide housing for all levels of income? And at what level and how many should that be? Those are all concerns that you have. Homelessness, number one priority for many of you, also number one priority for the council, not for the council, for the community from your survey, right? That is something that the community is concerned about, and you've taken steps to address it, but how can we address that more effectively? And public engagement. I briefly looked at your survey too. We'll need to talk about public engagement and what is really, you need to meet the public where they are, not where you think they are. And so we'll need to talk about public engagement and how best to engage the community and make sure that you're hearing all those voices. So opportunities. So a challenge becomes an opportunity, right? Because we don't want to talk negative here. We want to talk about opportunities, things that we can really control and focus on. You need to look at your public engagement strategy and figure out, are there more effective ways to reach out to the community? Next door is the bane of most cities, organizations, because it's a one-way conversation and people just say things that aren't even true. But it also is something that you can control. You can put your voice into there and to help correct things. So there's things that you can do as a community to better engage the public. Sunny is going to help lead you all with your direction on how do you get this organization to be stable fiscally. What does that look like? How do you need to change what you're doing in order to do that? Infrastructure was a big focus, maintaining that infrastructure. Are there other kinds of infrastructure that you want to provide to the community? You need to think about that, and you need to plan for that. Planning for that particularly new infrastructure is key. Having master plans for how you're going to maintain the existing infrastructure is very helpful in planning, something you need to think about. Economic development, again, we kind of talked about that, and how do you attract those businesses? What types of businesses are going to be most beneficial to the community, so that you have a nice mix of services to offer your community, right? Can every neighborhood get to every kind of shop that they need to get to without leaving Huntington Beach, right? If your residents all stay here to shop, what does that mean? Do they have to leave Huntington Beach to go to get something else? I don't think they do, because I come here to shop a lot, so I don't think they do. But how do you do that? Where are your opportunities for that? Key vacancies. I think, Mr. City Manager, you have 5 department head vacancies?
It's decreasing quickly.
Decreasing quickly, okay. That's a lot of department head vacancies, and luckily, the folks that are filling in have been doing a great job. But filling those key vacancies is going to be key, because that's going to help round out your team. And today, what we're going to talk about, and really this is one of the most important things we're going to do, is you're going to set priorities. You're going to tell the staff what's most important to you, and then Al's going to go out and get it done for you. That's the most important today. It's very hard to run an organization without understanding what exactly you should be doing. And so those key priorities are going to be established today, and it will really lay out the foundation for what you're going to do and what you're going to provide your community for the next 4 to 5 years. Break, or we want to keep going? Keep going.
Keep going.
I think Steve's going to keep going.
Okay.
you'll end up taking your lunch to go. So today is about goal setting. What's important about goal setting, you can't do everything, but if you're methodical about it and you focus on a few things, you can get those things done, right? So some things to keep in mind. As elected officials, you're constantly barraged by constituents who have no shortage of things that they want. And no doubt each of you has your list of projects that you want. But there's this whole other thing that goes on in the city every single day. The staff are picking up the trash. They're cleaning the park. They're responding to emergency medical calls, police calls. You're running park and rec programs. So much of what happens just happens, but it doesn't happen magically. That's what your staff is doing day in and day out. So the truth is, and sometimes comes as a hard truth for some people, is there's only so many resources devoted or available to be devoted to pursue special priorities, particular goals. And so it's important to respect and understand the ongoing day-to-day work of your city departments. Because for the most part, probably 90% of your employees are engaged in those day-to-day operations that provide service to your constituents. So it's important to keep that in mind. And having a collaborative and trusting relationship with your city manager is key. If there's no trust there, then it's not going to work. You have a fantastic city manager, and the staff that report to the manager and report to your other charter officers, they're dedicated employees that went into public service because that's where they wanted to spend their career, helping the community, serving the community. As indicated before, they're apolitical. They typically are doobies, people who want to do good work, and it's great to be involved with those type of people. And setting a few goals, setting a few achievable goals, planning methodically to achieve those, and what gets measured, what gets counted miraculously, that's what gets done. So staying track with your goals. So this is something our firm, when it was Management Partners, put together a number of years ago. Is it completely scientific? No, it's an approximation, but it's based on the years of experience that all of us have. At this table here, we have whatever, 120 years of experience, and there's about 100 people in our consulting practice. So it's a lot of people with a lot of experience in local government. And what we see when we're talking about management, and those are the people who will be pursuing most of the goals and then the priorities that the council identifies, most of their time is consumed with the day-to-day management of the city. Probably every waking moment that Al has, he's engaged in managing the city. The phone blows up all the time. You're responding to the police chief, the fire department, public works. You're getting stuff done. You're running the city. Then there's always things that come out of the blue. There's strategic improvements and training, some things that you're planning for. And that leaves precious little time for new initiatives, which can be frustrating to some because, again, a lot of elected officials want to go off and do new things, but you have to respect the fact that there's a lot already underway. And when you take a look at it, a lot of what's already in process really does align with a lot of the goals. That's what we see almost everywhere that we work. Let me flip it over to my partner, Don, here.
So the big rocks, is anyone familiar with this concept? This is a Stephen Covey thing. And I think the first question to ask is, it says, put the big rocks in first. And the reason you do that, if I had a bucket here, like this, and then I had a half a bucket of a bunch of small rocks, and then a half a bucket of really large rocks, if I put the small rocks in first, the big rocks won't fit. But if I put the big rocks in first, maybe not all the small rocks will fit, but a lot of them will. And the reason, of course, is because there's all that airspace in the big rocks. And so the question is, what are the big rocks for Huntington Beach? What would be the big rocks that you would want to put in the bucket first?
Public safety.
Public safety.
Economic development.
Economic development. Anyone else?
Prosperity. Same thing.
Okay.
Prosperous.
Infrastructure,
Infrastructure.
maintenance,
Right.
community engagement.
Community engagement. Yes. You know, and a lot of those you're touching on are similar to the goals you're going to be confirming today. And those goals that you confirm today, those are big rocks. But I don't want you to lose sight of the biggest rock. And that's providing day-to-day municipal services. Because no matter what you do in those other areas, if someone picks up the phone and dials 911 and there isn't a timely response from police or from fire, it doesn't matter, right? If they put out their trash and it doesn't get picked up, it doesn't matter. If they turn on their water, it doesn't come on, it doesn't matter. If there's potholes in the street and you're not maintaining your infrastructure, it doesn't matter. So that really is the biggest rock. The other big rocks, though, are the goals that you're going to confirm today.
I would add that, I know it's generic, but I would add preserve the quality of life for the citizens. And what I mean by that is, and again, this is just my perspective,
Sure.
is some of the mandates coming from Sacramento would change fundamentally the kind of community that we are. That's why I think it's fundamental to protect that quality of life that we have.
Right.
Because people do like living in this suburban beachfront community.
Right. Very good.
Protect it and enhance.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Great. So it isn't that, by the way, it isn't that small rocks aren't unimportant. They are too, but you just have to keep in mind what's really important first is the big rocks. All right. Steve, are you up next?
Well, I think what we're going to do at this point is we're going to give you a 15-minute break, because then we're going to get into it, and we don't want to just talk at you for hours on it. So let's be back in your seats. Call it 10:30. How's that?
Love each other with all, and believe love was strong, so long. Never knew that what was wrong, oh baby, wasn't right. Tried to find what we had. Jesus said it was all we shared. So bear with me, I love you. There's a new sun rising. I can see a new horizon that will keep me realizing you're the biggest part of me. Need your love here beside me. Need you close enough to guide me. I've been hoping you would find me. You're the biggest part of me. Well, make a wish, baby. Well, that night we'll make it come true. Make a list, baby, of the things I'll do for you. Ain't no risk now. Let my love rain down on you. So we could wash away the past. So that we may start anew. Rising up on my shoulders. All I wanna do is hold her. She's the life that breathes in me. Got a feeling that forever we're gonna stay together. For me, there's nothing better. You're the biggest part of me. Make a wish, baby. Well, that's how we'll make it come true. Make a list, baby. Make a list of the things I'll do for you. Ain't no risk now. Let my love rain down on you. So we can wash away the past. So that we may start anew. More than an easy feeling, she brings joy to me. How can I tell you what it means to me? Flow like a lazy river for an eternity. I find it now someone who believes in me. I'll never leave. So we could wash away so that we may start anew. Need your love here beside me. Need your love enough to guide me from the fears that are inside of me. You're the biggest part of me. Got a feeling that forever we're gonna stay together. And now and forever, you're the biggest part of me. You're the life that breathes in me. You're the biggest part of me. Baby hair with a woman's eye, I can feel you watching in the night. All alone with me, we're waiting for the sunlight. When I feel cold, you warm me, and when I feel I can't go on, you come and hold me. It's you and me forever, Sarah. Oh, won't you smile for me, Sarah? If you feel like leaving, you know you can go. But why don't you stay until tomorrow? If you wanna be free, you know, all you got to do is say so. When you feel cold, I want you. And when you feel you can't go on, I'll come and hold you. You and me forever. I want somebody like me, yeah. I want somebody. I want somebody like me, Sarah. Oh, won't you laugh? Me feel and not keeping me crazy, crazy. Well, it's not far down to paradise. The beach is not cold. If the wind is right, you can sail away. Find tranquility. Oh, the can do miracles. Just you wait and see. Believe me. It's not far to never back. Reason to sin. The wind is right, you can find the joy. The innocence again. Oh, can do miracles. Just to wait and see. Believe me. Sailing takes me away to where I was away. Free will to carry me. Soon I will be free. Fantasy, taking the best of me when I'm sad. All caught up in the reverie. Every word is said to me. Won't you believe me? Take me away to where I'm always free to win, to carry me. Soon I will be not far back and deep, not far. The wind is right, sail away, find serenity. Oh, can do miracles, just to wait and see. Take me away to where I'm always. Free wind to carry me. Soon I will be free.
It's like herd and cattle. Yeah.
Want to cut tape and all hang?
All right, get them started. All right, we got,
You know, I think we'll have time to get them, Shannon. I think we're good. Yeah, but I can add them.
You see Councilmember Dan over there? Okay, great. Okay, we're wrangling up our last council member. We'll make him stay after. It's not cloudy. It is? Yeah.
I haven't seen the sun in 6 months.
Great.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Right there, so. Okay, ready to go. So prior to our break, that was all sort of a prelude to where we are now, and we're going to get into the meat of our session, where the council is going to hopefully confirm goals that we heard through our process, and then identify of the many priorities that have been detailed out, which ones you want the staff to put their focus on in the first couple of years of the strategic plan. Remember, you're building out a 4-year strategic plan, and you're going to get a lot of things done, but again, you can't do it all at once. So where do you want the staff to put their emphasis? So the process we're going to go through is that we're going to review what we believe are the goals we've heard from the council through our interviews. We've heard some of them articulated today. So we're going to ask for your confirmation on that. We're going to do a little dot voting exercise, ultimately, where the council is going to tell us which of the identified priorities are your top priorities. And then from that, the city manager and his staff are going to go back, build out a strategic plan, and return to you for your approval. This is sort of a work in progress, sausage making sort of event. So in our interviews with the council, this is what we heard collectively and in broad brush about what the top priorities are. Now, these things mean different things to different people. So we're going to take a minute to talk about that. But for instance, public safety. Public safety can mean everything from EMS service, police response, or being able to ride your bike without getting hit by a car, right? That's all public safety. And so we have these broad categories, and all of them, to the mayor's point a few moments ago, all of these underpin quality of life. These are what contribute to making the city a great place to live. So let's take a minute, one, because we're doing so well, but also it's good for people to express themselves as to what they mean when they talk about these different goals. So I want to pause. I want to ask council members if you're willing to share, what does, for instance, public safety mean to you? What does public engagement? So let's start with public safety, because first and foremost, a lot of people will say that's the fundamental job of government, provide for public safety. So Mayor, if I can pick on you,
Sure.
What's your vision of public safety?
So I think it's the most important role of local government, most important role in government in general, whether it's federal government, it's national security, at a local level, it's public safety, because if you don't have a safe community, everything else we talked about, we might as well not talk about. You can't have a prosperous business if people are afraid to go that business. You can't learn in education if you're fearful of your safety at school. And I just think everything touches the public safety. It's the #1 role of government, to keep your citizens safe. And that goes all, you know, we have a great police chief and a great fire chief, and we've done a remarkable job. But, you know, I think our role is to make sure we communicate to our leaders in public safety and say, what are the tools you need to make sure we keep us safe? Because, again, I think it all starts from there. We can't have economic development if we're not safe. We can't have tourism. If people have a bad experience here, they're not going to come back. And so I do believe of that list, public safety is number one, because we can't get to the other one without that.
Right. And where you put your money is usually where your priorities are. And for most cities, police and fire are your top two expenses.
Hyperbole, but I said, hey, I would kind of almost every part of, you know, if we're not doing public safety. That's kind of where I'm.
Thoughts from other members of the council? What does public safety mean to you?
I agree with you. There's an element of psychological safety that goes along with that too. So for example, if you're a woman and you hesitate from walking downtown area of the city because you're afraid that you're vulnerable to assault, that interferes with your sense of psychological safety. Same thing if you are a person with a disability and you're concerned about, well, can I, you know, have sidewalks in a particular area or parks and things like that. So I do think that impacts people in terms of their ability to how they feel about being out and about in an area, and you know, just how desirable it is.
Right. So those examples go to things like the infrastructure, right? Is there sufficient lighting so people feel safe to walk down the street? Are the sidewalks traversable in a wheelchair? All of that contributes as well. Other thoughts about public safety, what it means to you?
Well, I mean, we rely a lot on tourism, and in the past we've had tourists be assaulted. So, and actually we make the list of safest cities or not safest. So we actually make the paper a lot. So to us, it's really important to be safe, so people know that when they do hear about us, they will be safe if they come out here.
You don't want to be one of those cities where you get a travel warning, right? Don't go there because people are fearful. Seems like there's countries on that list, but we hear that sometimes. Other thoughts? Any other thoughts about public safety?
If I may, I think everything obviously is, to me, obviously is spot on that the council members have said. I also think there's things like how do our development standards contribute to a safe or unsafe environment, right? And the design attributes of development that results from that. And so I think, to the mayor's point, everything kind of ties in or can tie in to contributing to a safer environment.
Right. The police chief would probably tell you, because there's been a lot of focus lately about how design contributes to safe environment. There's a lot more people being cognizant of that now as things work their way through design process. Yeah. Okay. So a challenging issue in California, housing and homelessness. They're often linked together, and so we put them together here, but it's a continuum. It's issues around development, the right type of development, wanting to have local control and not have the state dictate to city councils how the development pattern needs to be, and addressing what is probably the most intractable issue certainly in California is homelessness. Almost every city where we do work in, that is in the top 3 issues, how to deal with this issue that frankly local government is not equipped traditionally to deal with. Typically that is more of a social service county function, and there's a whole set of other baggage that comes with that. Homelessness is the downstream result of a whole lot of other things not going right, but it falls on the cities to address the issue. So when we talk about the issues of housing and homelessness, I know there's no shortage of thoughts on the part of the council. So can we hear some of those? What does it mean to you?
I bifurcate some of that, but let me just go into homelessness first. I firmly believe a large chunk of homelessness is mental health and drug addiction issues. And yes, there are homelessness on affordability, there's no question. But I would even say, even if we do solve some of those homelessness problems, or say the housing mandate goes to the state, a lot of the homeless here, I still don't think we'll be able to afford to live in Huntington Beach because it's desirable place to live. It's the best weather in the world. And if you look at every city that's on the coast, from Newport Beach, Santa Barbara, Montecito, every community that's on that beach is incredibly expensive because it's the most desirable place in the world. But going through I think Gracie did a remarkable job talking about and I kind of agree with what Gracie's been talking about in terms of the homelessness issue. But when we talk about housing, and I'm just speaking for myself, I'm very pro-housing, but I think it goes back to what I mentioned before in that coastal community suburban feel that we have. What I don't want to see happen for me is quality of life in Huntington Beach of high-rise, high-density urbanization, so to speak, of our city, because I think it would totally change the whole characteristic of our city. And one of the things is I do believe it's fundamental because if we're not successful, I don't think we'd have the resources that would be required for the police to manage that. Not to mention energy, water, and everything else that comes in. And then talk about fire. A big dramatic change in terms of what they have to do in terms of escape of high-rise, high-density housing. I kind of bifurcate those two, even though you put them together. I understand why you put them together. But homelessness is another quality of life issue. If we have a lot of homelessness in front of businesses, I know when I see it, I don't go to that business. I walk away because I just, I move away. So I think the state, and we need to do more. I did serve in the legislature and fought for more mental health. I'm on a lot of boards. I want to talk about retired veterans. That number one killer for them is suicide. There's more that everybody can do in terms of the homelessness, because there's many reasons why. But I think the large chunk of that is mental health and drug addiction issues. And quite frankly, I don't think personally we should have an open checkbook either here, and we need to monitor and have more accountability on how we spend, because I think we, as a state, we spend $1 gazillion on homelessness, and it's not getting better. I mean, it is getting better here, but statewide, if you go to Sacramento, you go to San Francisco, you go to some of these other big urban cities, it is exponentially getting worse, not better, and they've been spending a lot of money on those folks. Sorry, that was kind of long.
Can I pick on you since the mayor referenced you?
Yeah, well, it actually frustrates me to always see housing with homelessness. I think in order to resolve an issue, you have to identify what the real problem is. And to me, it's drug addiction, mental health. And when you talk about the homeless, all they tell us, you need to build more housing. I was homeless. It wasn't because there wasn't enough housing. And if we do not address the real issue, which is the mental health and the drug addiction, nothing will be changed. It'll be the same. We have the state constantly on top of us, telling us build more houses and everything will be solved, and that's not the case. It hasn't worked out that way. So I think we need to focus more on the real issue, give them the mental health services they need. The county needs to step up some more, and the drug addiction help they need. So to me, this is...
Gracie, one of the things I was pointing out is your speech at City Council, where you talked about how, because people talk about the homeless person, but how that homeless person affects our community. That's what I want you to kind of...
Yeah, in every aspect. I mean, we have people, business owners, for example, they're being affected because homeless people would go sleep in a front doors, and they'd end up into physical altercations because of that. We have tourists being assaulted, like I mentioned earlier. So it's affecting them. It's affecting our law enforcement. I went on a ride-along. I think I went on about 8 calls. 7 of them were because of homelessness, issues with the homelessness. It affects us as residents. Every single school has fences around it now, which they did not have a couple of years ago. It's affected our school, our safety, our residents, our elderly who don't feel safe going out.
Parks. People afraid to go to parks.
Yeah, moms have to sweep the sand looking for needles or drug paraphernalia before we let our kids go into the parks, and we shouldn't make that the norm. We should try to find a way to solve the problem and not say we'll just deal with it, which is what a lot of people are doing now. We're just dealing with it, and we want to find a solution.
Yeah. Just focus on the housing component, because I'm in real estate development myself, and you cannot develop your way to affordability. It's just not possible. So me personally, and I'm sure this you share with others, is I like to approach it from dovetailing off the public safety, but making our economy strong, making people more prosperous, they make more money, they're able to afford housing. I like that slide where median income is going up. But as Tony said, we live in one of the most desirable places in the world. You can add as much housing stock as you want, it's still going to be expensive. They sold Gifford Park about 18 months ago, and all of to build new single-family homes, the starting price is $2 million. So I want to approach it from getting our economy strong. You know, some companies like Boeing have mentioned that, you know, their employees can't afford to live here, then, you know, pay your employees more, let's get going, more financially strong, we can pay the employees more. So I really like to focus on that perspective, of getting our economy strong to be prosperous, to really help people build it forward.
Other thoughts back to housing and homelessness? We will talk about economic development a little bit because it falls under fiscal stability.
Right. So what's wild in this conversation, right, is that there's a lot of narrative that is disproven with basic examples of other places in the world, other places in the state, other places in the country. Homelessness is in the name, right? You don't have a home. You have a home, you're no longer homeless, right? Like there's a very simple connection between the two things. And you can build your way to affordability. It's interesting to see that home prices went up. I would like to have seen that chart step back another decade to see the exponential growth, the proper definition of exponential growth of home prices here while wages have not increased. And you can't grow wages in this city to meet to get to housing to be affordability. So you can't increase the demand side financially, right? We're not going to be able to raise wages to the $280,000, $290,000 a year it takes to buy a median home in Huntington Beach. To qualify for a loan to do that without what I call early inheritance, which is receiving a down payment from your parents. That doesn't create a sustainable community where we have folks that are buying things to use our sales tax, that are folks that are able to afford their property taxes. What I'm starting to see, and the first example popped up, which was based on one of the hypotheses I had on Prop 19, was that folks, kids are no longer going to be able to inherit their parents' property taxes. They get the first $1 million exempt, and there's a property up on Spa that I believe this happened to, where the property tax assessment was $50,000, $60,000 until 2022, when it looks like the first $1 million was exempted, and the property tax assessment went to $450,000 a year, which is about a $9,000 payment according to the public records. The house just closed in escrow now for $900,000, sold as is because they started a remodel and couldn't afford to finish it. So I have 3 houses in my neighborhood that our kids have moved into, and they can't afford to take care of homes because of a number of reasons. But I don't think there's a finite number of people in the top 5% incomes in this country that can afford to buy housing here. And as folks sell, I don't want Blackstone Capital to own every house in Huntington Beach, because that's kind of the way we're going at this point. We're going to have a whole community of renters. Home ownership is beneficial for a number of reasons, but it's the social engineer that the federal government has created over the last 100 years that owning a home and having a family is what the government wants you to have, and they incentivize that with the tax code. Of course, we want the county to do more for homelessness. I hear all of the definitions of why folks are homeless. We have 2 city employees that are at our shelter right now because they lost their home. I asked the question to folks, do you consider someone who can't afford their mortgage payment because they've lost their job and the bank forecloses and now they're living in their car, are they still residents of Huntington Beach? I think they are. I think a lot of folks think they aren't. And what do we do for those folks that have been long-term members that can no longer afford to live in Huntington Beach, or can no longer afford their home here that's been their home in their community? The mental health issue, of course. Drugs, of course. But a lot of that happens after you end up on the street. There's the study after study shows that all of this gets exacerbated. Mental illness, other health issues get exacerbated by being on the street. The stress hormone that goes through your body is, by not having a door to be able to close behind you, is disastrous. And there's other countries and other cities in this country that have been able to solve this issue. Throwing money at it is not the solution, right? Looking at what works, figuring out the 600 or so homeless folks that we have here in the city. We don't have an intractable problem. We're actually quite fortunate, but our shelter is full. I don't think that that's a positive, right? That now that our shelter is full, are we going to be able to move folks along and deal with public safety in our parks? A lot of the folks in the shelter are waiting for a housing voucher to get permanent housing. They want to be housed. They want to be members of the community. My goal is not to incarcerate folks. My goal is to get people to be taxpayers again. Like, that's the best. You're homeless, you have a drug addiction, you've got mental health, let's get you sober and on meds to be a regular person, and a contributing member of society and be a taxpayer again. That's my whole goal. And the most efficient way to do that is what we should be pursuing. What the data shows is getting folks off the street. And as a society, you can look at it one of two ways. You can look at it from a compassionate standpoint of these folks are down on their luck, and how do we as a community do that through all of the organizations that we're members of and the government organization, which tends to have the largest fulcrum in this equation, and the law enforcement side. Right? You can look at it from both sides. Is it cheaper to get somebody mental health services and a bed than it is to incarcerate them for $110,000 a year? And then because we live in California, other state laws impact the fact that they don't go to jail. Or if they do, it's an enormous drain on resources, and we're doing things in certain circumstances the least efficient way possible, the most expensive way we can do it. So if it's mental health, great. And the county's not gonna do it, then what? Like, I hear this, but this is the role of the county. The county's not doing it, so what do we do? Right? We just throw our hands up and say no. Like, I think it's on us because no one else is doing it, that if we do nothing, which is what, got us into the situation that we've been trying to solve for the last number of years, we maintain status quo. We can point to the county and say, county, you need to be doing more for us. And they say no, then what? That's the question. So housing, affordable housing, of course, when you build single family homes in Huntington Beach, they're gonna go to $2 million for all of the reasons I believe everybody knows. But if you look at product that is not necessarily high density, right? That if we were to take our local control and exercise it to zone and build for housing that is either subsidized affordable or is allowed the density that can get you to some level of affordability, but any additional demand, any additional supply in the city takes demand off of the existing units. Our vacancy rate is very low in this city. Housing is demanded, but we have an overcrowding issue as well, right? I think that's the bigger issue, is that even if you built a wall around the city, put a dome over us, and you built more housing, you'd see it filled because there's multiple families living in homes right now. And so the overcrowding issue, even outside of our densely populated areas, is still an issue. I've got 2 doors down from me, I've got 3 families living in a single family home, because that's the only way they can afford to live here, because maybe their jobs are here, their family's here, they have a support system here. And to be Machiavellian about it, or just very methodical about it, and say, well, let's just go move out to the other 95% of the state that's undeveloped, that has no water, that's a desert, it's a national forest, that's got redwoods in it, it's a state park, it doesn't have any infrastructure or means to have folks live out there. There's a reason that 5% of the state is occupied and the other 95% isn't. I think that it's on us as a community to help maintain our community. That public safety is also to make sure that folks are housed, to make sure that we have building code and zoning code that makes sense for developers to come in and have the most efficient way to do that, to have businesses that understand what the rules are. And I think that all of that creates a functioning economic engine within this community that has a workforce that's built in. I mean, the Shop-Off project that's going before the Coastal Commission in July has now got a earmark set for hotel workers in their project of their 200 and something units. So they have literal workforce housing on property now. So it's, when we talk homelessness, it's, yes, we understand, I think we very much understand what the causes of homelessness are, but it's the solutions that we need to focus in on, and our budget needs to reflect that as well. The law enforcement side is we don't have enough law enforcement to even do the regular patrol. In a city of this size, you will have crime. It's just a factor of society. I wish we didn't, but we do. But at some point, we need to look at how resources go to add on for our homeless services. And other cities are obviously trying. Again, I'm very glad we're not LA with 66,000 homeless folks. That's an intractable problem that I wouldn't comprehend how to solve. But with 600, 700, I think our last point in time count was under 4, but I'll round up for the sake of trying to make an argument that, I think that's a simple number to solve, but we need to turn the spigot off of folks falling into homelessness. And that's the increase in rents, and that's the increase as your property taxes start to increase, or You live with your parents and they die, and all of a sudden your housing costs triple, quadruple, and then we have folks in the community that disappear. It's the fact that folks are leaving our city council meetings saying we don't want any more housing, and then going to the Ocean View School District meetings and saying, why are our schools closing? There's a nexus there. 200 fewer kindergartners start in the Ocean View School District than graduate from 8th grade. There are not families moving into our community, or there are some, but obviously not enough to keep the schools at a functioning level. So it's complicated. It's very complicated, but I think we need to be, we've identified, I think, the causes of this, but I think it's really trying to work together to find the solutions to this, and understand and look at, Huntington Beach has had a history of reinventing the wheel. Like, we operate in this vacuum and no one else has figured out anything. And so adapting solutions that other communities have come up with, and maybe we have a Huntington Beach way that we discover that solves this. Great, I'm happy to work on that. But I think we need to really be solution oriented. Because I honestly believe we know what the issues are. It's just a matter of coming up with the solutions and trying things. We may not all agree, but I think we can agree on, let's try these 3 things and see what happens.
Appreciate your thoughts. Other thoughts?
Thank you to everyone that's already spoken. I have a number of thoughts too many to mention today.
Thank you, Beth.
Sure. Well, you talked about the downstream challenges that we're facing, and also Councilmember Kalnick mentioned many of the upstream challenges. And I think a lot of that does have to do with housing affordability. It also has to do with mental health issues. It also has to do with substance abuse issues. But really, I was at the HB Community Cafe last Wednesday, and it was a neighborly conversation on homelessness. And it was interesting how many community members were there who talked about how they were homeless in our city over many different years, and the services and support systems that they provided, or that were provided to them to help lift them back up in the community. The reality is, anybody can end up homeless. A lot of it is based upon luck, to be honest. Something bad can happen to you and you can end up in a really difficult situation. So it's incumbent upon the community to have support structures and services. And I wanted to applaud the City of Huntington Beach for taking the approach back in 2014 and developing a homeless task force to say, okay, this is a situation that we're in, what can we do? I think initially that was developed with the approach of we need to really, make sure that our quality of life of our residents is maintained. Honestly, I think it was, how do we get the homeless people out of here? And to be fair, at that time, there were really no options about what to do. There were really no resources available. I talked to one of the lieutenants who said at the time they didn't really have any options. It was just go find the homeless person and then take a picture, try to get them to leave, because there really weren't any resources available for them. Since that time, we have, partially because we were compelled by Judge Carter to say that it's not just a county issue, this is a city-by-city issue, and many of the cities, most of the cities, I think, have stepped up in various ways. I'd say that the City of Huntington Beach is really representative of what you can do when you're trying to develop a system of care that integrates with the county system of care, and really taking it as a responsibility to maintain that local control, to say, what can we do? What do we have the resources to do? With that, we have developed our homeless task force with our officers, our Be Well mobile crisis response system, the navigation center, which I agree with Councilmember Kalnick that, how do we define success? A full navigation center is not success. An empty navigation center is not success unless there's nobody on the streets as well. So we need to really think about that whole system of people going in and out of homelessness, creating the volunteer system of care here with our HB Cares model is amazing. I know we recently had our HB Community Collaborative working with nonprofits and faith-based groups as well, with the city at the center, to help them collaborate and communicate better with one another. The reality, though, is that the cost to the community of not providing services and a roof, because really you solve homelessness by providing a roof over someone's head, but you don't maintain that solving of homelessness unless you're helping them to maintain a home, to maintain a roof over their head. That can be, for some, getting back into the workforce, getting them a leg up. We have various groups that are able to do that in the community. And for some who are chronically homeless, they're never going to be able to be back as a working member of the society. And there has to be ways for us to work with those people too. The United End Homelessness Survey and study back a few years ago talked about the cost of chronically homeless, and I'm sure it's risen since then, was over $100,000 per person per year. And if you get that person housed with services, it drops by 50%. The impacts to local services like fire, emergency hospitals, our infrastructure, various things, and just the general quality of life for our residents are impacted if we do nothing. So I think it's important to acknowledge all that we've done. Also, one of the things that was discussed too was looking at how we spend the monies and making sure that we're tracking that. And I think that it's important that we do acknowledge we don't want the cost of this to come out of our general fund if we don't have to, right? And I think the city's done a really good job of having that happen. We need to advocate and utilize resources provided by the state, by the county, and I think we've also done a very good job of that, and also integrating in with the county services. The new CalAIM system that is being provided through CalOptima here in the county is going to be very important for us to be able to take advantage of, both for capital funding needs for any permanent shelter and affordable housing that we provide on that site, and also services that we'll be providing. And I think that we need to be innovative about where we have gaps in our system, making sure that we're all working together. But I also think that, the way that homelessness is discussed in the community is very important. Two things Councilmember Kalmick mentioned, people doubled up in their homes. If you look at the McKinney-Vento numbers for our city and the schools, they have a relatively high number of people who are homeless that would not be, I think, what we'd consider like functionally homeless, people that you see on the streets. There are a lot of people living in their cars, doubled up in their homes, and any one of those people, if we don't provide services, will end up on the streets. And that means kids too. And I know that a lot of times we only think of the people who are causing the most challenges for our businesses, our residents. But essentially, we talked about the quality of life for our community, and I think it's the quality of all lives as well, because even those people who are on our streets are part of our community too. And making sure that we're serving everyone in a way that lifts everybody up is very important. The other thing on the narrative, if we come from a place of fear, that there are needles everywhere, that there's species spread everywhere, that everyone's afraid to walk. Like I've heard things said over the last number of months where that's not the city that I live in. There are points, there are moments that these things happen. But I've also heard in the last few months I've heard it said that, everything has changed. It's so much better in the last few months. And then I ask about enforcement and different things, and they're like, we haven't really changed very much at all about enforcement. It's a continuation of the work that's being done, and we always have an opportunity to improve. That is through services, that is through affordable housing, that is through the ability to allow people to be able to build housing, our ability to be able to allow developers, as appropriate within our design standards, to create housing will help with that upstream challenge, which is very blatant to me. And I just finally, I just wanted to say that we can't work from a psychology of fear. The school fences that went up were not because of homeless people. They were not. It was a lot of fear from, honestly, throughout the country of school shootings and things like that. I would say more than anything. But to say that it's from homelessness, it's just not fair. I do think that we have, there are many stories of homelessness, many people living on the edge, and it's our duty as elected officials to make sure that we can drive the resources while maintaining a balanced budget and a prudent use of the funds. Thank you.
You can tell from the comments, what a difficult, challenging issue it is. I want to make sure we give it its due. Any other thoughts on this one before we move on?
Real quickly. One, the affordable housing subject. I still don't hear of any houses not selling. And capitalism will drive the market down if they're not selling. So I don't go for that non-affordable because
I didn't start here. I worked my way into Huntington Beach. I sacrificed. I mean, I remember when I first moved here, that first year was financial help for my wife and I to make that payment. But this is where we want to live, and we sacrificed a lot and worked hard to be here. So the affordable housing thing, that'll balance out eventually. As far as public safety associated with housing, high-density dwellings are a public safety nightmare. It slows down response times. I've seen it where you go up to a building and it's so big you're going, okay, where's apartment 405? And then you're scrambling. During that time, somebody needs help, or somebody's beating the heck out of each other, or there's a lot of problems, or they're having a heart attack and fire's like running around looking at for the apartment number. Or, God help, if there's a fire. I saw it in Long Beach. We're right in the middle of one of those high-density livings. A fire happened, and it was hell getting hoses up there, and people fried. And it's the housing, there's probably nothing safer than a single-family residential neighborhood. And that goes for crime in general, car burglaries and things like car theft. And the housing, nothing guarantees that these homeless should be subsidized to live in Huntington Beach. There's a lot of places with a whole lot cheaper rent and housing that they can go and they can get subsidized, whether it be by the county or state, but it shouldn't be a taxpayer's, especially at the threat of quality of life and public safety to the residents that are living here. I keep on hearing that like they deserve to live here. Well, that's all good, but it shouldn't be a taxpayer burden in the sense that these people at quality of life, expensive quality of life and safety for the residents that have worked hard, worked here, or are conducting business for us in this community. And I'll leave it at that.
Great, well, thank you. I think we heard from the council, all the council on this one, and it shows you the magnitude of the challenge we're all facing. So let's move on. What does fiscal sustainability mean to the council members? It can mean as simple as the city's budget, but it can also go to the bigger economic issues that were mentioned. Obviously, most of your budget is made up, your general fund is property tax, sales tax, so it has to do with your broader economic base. So what are your thoughts about what does fiscal sustainability mean to you in your role on the council?
My whole thing is government being able to provide the services without struggle or sacrifice of other essential services, and provide those services to the people without the sacrificing and to the quality of life issues that, like, we're going from a 9 to a 12 year for road paving, that's kind of a thing. And that's not, to me, we're over 2.5 million or something like that. That's not that's, to me, it doesn't sound like a very stable or sustainable financial situation when that's going to be sacrificed. It doesn't sound like that much money, and we're cutting it because of that. And we just got to get into a more stable situation where we can provide those services as needed without, oh my God, we're going to have to cut police services, fire services, or public services, the basics, for other things.
And the public never asks for fewer services. So the service demand keeps going up. The cost of providing those services keep going up. We heard in the financial report the impact of CalPERS. That's the real budget factor that you have to deal with. Other thoughts about fiscal sustainability?
Yeah, I look at it from the private sector point of view. As the city's, a company or a corporation of 200,000 customers and 1,500 employees, right? So, sorry. I want to run the DLC. So, again, just to repeat it, I view the city as a corporation of 200,000 customers and 1,500 employees. And so everything we need to look at is, I keep saying, making our economy strong, be prosperous, make sure our revenues exceed our expenses by providing the quality of life that the taxpayers are working so hard and they pay for, infrastructure, public safety, et cetera. So if we're not strong financially, then all those things start to deteriorate, and then the quality of life goes down and our city starts to decay. So really need to the way I look at it is how can we get our city or company as strong as possible financially to ensure our quality of life.
As we talk through these goals, you'll see the intersection of a lot of them. They all sort of interrelate. We could have drawn those as 5 circles, all sort of intersecting because they really do touch on one another. Other thoughts about fiscal sustainability? Kathleen?
So one of the things that I think of in terms of fiscal sustainability is, kind of in addition to what Casey and Pat are talking about, which is, kind of what flows in and what goes out, is how we make decisions. Because I think most people recognize that, it's optimal to have the same amount going out as you have coming in, or, perhaps a little more coming in than what you have going out. But how do you make those decisions about what's going out? How much you're going to spend on an individual item? And I think if you use the example of, the average family and how they handle their finances, I hope, I don't know, we don't decide, well, we're going to go and buy a printer and go to the store, and the first printer we see is like, oh, wow, this is great. We'll just take this home, and that's that. And maybe some families do that, no judgment or anything like that. But for our family, based on our values, we comparison shop, or, we try to make sure that the printer has all the features that we want. What I'm getting at is there's some kind of rational basis that we use to make our decisions. And I think for us as a municipal corporation, that's really important, because we're making decisions on behalf of the taxpayers in the city. So, I'm always thinking about what the basis is for this decision that we're being asked to make. And so the paving program example, Pat, is a really good example, because I really appreciated the analysis that we got from the Public Works Department about a 12-year circle versus a 9-year circle cycle. So, the 12-year cycle costs this much, the 9-year circle costs this much. Here's the cost savings. Is it worth it to do 9 years or to do 12 years, taking into account that the cost savings is really this much? And I think, I think that's your point, is you're thinking about.
Yeah, I just don't like count that we can't provide the best services if we're counting pennies.
Yeah.
We got to pay our employees what the going rate is. And if we're struggling to do that, that is not strong.
Yeah.
Sound.
Yeah.
Sound.
So long story short, my point is, I think a disciplined organization uses that type of analysis to make decisions, and it makes me nervous when I'm looking around for, data, like, okay, what are we basing this decision on? And I don't see it. So I think it's important to think about our mode of decision making, or, what kind of values are important to us as we make fiscal decisions.
Cost benefit analysis, lifetime costs.
Yep.
Thank you.
Any other thoughts?
Well, I think we should look at our budget like every family has to do. Me and my wife sit down, go through our budget and figure out where our priorities are. And we might not go on that vacation next year if the budget's down. And so I think it's incumbent upon us to do the same thing. I'll give you an example. It's a story I love. When Davy Crockett was a congressman, they asked for this program to be passed in the federal government, and everybody pushed for it, and he voted for it, went back home, and someone said, hey, you just spent my money on a program that's specifically for someone else. That's my money. I worked hard for that money. He went back, and then the next session of Congress, he said, I'm not going to vote for this program, but I'm going to put my own money in this hat because it's worth supporting. Pass around the hat. No one put their money in. And I would say a lot of these programs, look in the mirror and say, hey, is this something that you would put your own money? Because a lot of times people spend money in government and, they think it's some kind of thing up here. We're spending it's easy to spend other people's money, right? Look in the mirror. Is this something that you would invest in? Is this something that you would do? Because at the end of the day, that's what we're doing. We're spending other people's money who have faith in and voted for us to spend it wisely, like your family budget. And so that, along with, obviously, my wife always says, hey, go get more clients, go make more money. And on that note, I think it's important to always look what we can do to grow the pie. Because look, here in Huntington Beach, quality of life, as we talked about, we have 79 parks. It's a lot of parks to maintain. We have a big city. and there's a lot of essential services that people rely on. And so I always try to be mindful to try to grow that pie and do what we can to grow that pie in order to be able to fund those, as you said, 85% of those everyday services that our staff does. So, but I always, like sometimes, I feel like some folks just say, oh, you know, we'll just get this money here and yeah, we'll just spend here. And they really, I think every dollar that's spent from the government, you need to remember you're taking a dollar from someone who's hardworking. You know, you're taking money out of their budget, the very budget that a lot of us do with our families. And is that dollar worth taking and spending because you are taking it from someone else?
Oh, good thoughts. Any other thoughts?
Yeah. I don't disagree with what I think anybody said, that right, we are the stewards of the taxpayer dollar. But in Huntington Beach, we are very fortunate. We tax our residents locally very, very little. We have a very low utility tax, and we have a very small parcel tax override for, that was passed a very long time ago. So your direct tax from the city that the city has any control over is maybe $200 a year total. That's unless you have a staycation at the hotel. We don't have a local sales tax unless you do building permits. But like your day-to-day interaction, if you're a homeowner or renter and just go to work and come home, we have very low tax burden on our residents. The issue becomes, and fiscal stability talks about this, is having a sustainable growth model built into our economy that allows us to provide the services our residents want. From what we saw earlier, we don't have that at the current position. We did a couple years ago, but now that number has changed a bit. And the cost of goods, the cost of labor, the cost to do things has gone up quite a bit. And the city's revenue has not maintained that. I think we saw at a previous staff presentation for mid-year budget last year, or some strategic plan maybe, that 60% of our property in the city is assessed prior to 2005. Our property tax revenue is about $100 million a year. It's our largest source of income. Sales tax is flat-ish, and TOT is our tourists. You know, we rely on our tourists to come in for that, and we only have a finite number of hotel rooms. So how do we keep up with inflation that was 10% when our income does not? You know, what are the ways that the city can create a sustainable model that flows with the economy and not necessarily with the whims of our tourists, or you know, relying on folks to sell their homes more often, or do remodels or anything like that. So that's going to be, I think, the challenge over the next couple of years, is to figure out how do we want to grow the pie, but if we're not going to build housing, and we're going to somewhat stifle, you know, the business community and expanding their businesses, that's going to be hard to increase property taxes. It's going to be hard to increase sales tax generating businesses and to focus on some of those. But the flip side of that becomes we were able to get through COVID primarily because of our property tax base. You know, TOT went to zero for a non-trivial number of months. But because our property tax base is strong and it lags 3 years usually, 2 to 3 years, that we were able to survive, and we, you know, were able to keep our certain main primary services going. But as we come out, again, like there's been massive inflation, we need to be able to keep up with that. And so fiscal stability to me is having a functioning kind of automatic system built into the government, built into our revenue sources that can move the ups and downs with the economy, and with our residents and tourists, to be able to provide those same level of services, so that we will always stay within this box as we move through, that we'll always be able to pave streets and have our parks be green and have somebody show up when you call 911, like the key essential services of the community. And so, yeah, I think that's, you know, going to be one of the challenges. I don't necessarily have an answer to it, but it's something that we're going to need to try to find some folks that are smarter than us to help us figure that out.
Well, part of today is you're planning for it, so you'll build that stability.
Yes, one of the things that was mentioned by two council members was about the street paving. And, you know, when we originally, prior to this council, had the presentation, we were able to look at the differences in services and the quality of the roads based upon the different number of years in the cycle, 6, 9, and 12. At the time when we were making that decision, we were making it really in a silo. We didn't have a lot of the other information like we're looking to get with our infrastructure report card of what are all the things that we really need to look at and prioritize in the community to make sure, like, where would this fall within that? And we didn't have that information at the time to be able to make a decision in that way. And I think that we have some more information now, and we're going to get more of that. But I think that that just goes to show that we need to look at it from a more holistic basis. And I would also use the word fiscal sustainability as well, because we need to be able to make sure that from here until forever, we're able to really kind of prepare for and kind of have rainy day funds available for things that maybe we haven't thought about yet. And we also need to have a serious and honest discussion as we look ahead. We see the brackets, as was mentioned, with the potential deficit, and really looking at both sides of the equation. You know, we do need to look at you know, certainly what costs that we have, how we can be as lean as possible, but within that, we need to do a cost-benefit analysis of at what point when you lean out, do you have nothing left and it actually becomes a detriment to the quality of life and the quality of services that are provided to the community. Also, as mentioned, is, you know, I look at that as, by the way, it's potentially like you're slashing, potentially to a good point, but at some point you're slashing and burning, and I don't want us to get there. Also, public safety is, you know, fundamental and the most important thing for a government, as has been mentioned. However, I also want to make sure that we're looking at the balance of everything that's being provided to the community. You know, what if people feel safe and there's, we have all of our police and fire and everything else, but we have completely unmaintained parks, or, you know, a library with its lights out. We have to think about all of it and try to balance all of it, and that's the challenge. But we do need to really, again, be honest about when we see everything laid out, especially after our infrastructure report card is provided, I think, and that's a while out. If it already looks like we have the bracket, in my mind, because we have a aging infrastructure, those brackets, the size of that number just gets larger and larger. And we need to be honest about how we're going to manage that.
So that's a good segue. Let's jump to infrastructure. So,
Can I add one more point before we move on?
Your show, Mayor.
Just, I want to make sure everybody, I also think it's important for us not to only rely on tourism. You know, we had 9/11. I use Vegas and Nevada as an example because they're wiped out when they don't have tourism and they only rely on tourism. And we need a diversity in the economy as well and do what we can to get more manufacturing, other kinds of business. Although we all know that tourism is very important in Huntington Beach, we also have to try to diversify that economy as well. I just wanted to add that point. Because we always do focus in on tourism, but we have to also figure out how to, you know, again, grow that pie. Different sectors will help protect us moving forward in terms of fiscal stability.
Yeah, there's countless examples of towns that sprung up around single industry. Once that industry moves or dies, so does the town.
Correct.
Absolutely correct. So infrastructure. You know, California is still relatively young compared to a lot of other places in this country, but our infrastructure is aging with all the rain we got this year. You know, the amount of calls for pothole repairs was exponential. All of a sudden, everyone started to notice the roads. And so there is a lot of aging infrastructure that in a lot of cases, there haven't been plans in place to fund the replacement thereof. So what are your thoughts around the issue of infrastructure? How do you think best for the city to approach it? What do you hear from your constituents about issues that you would categorize as infrastructure? Or perhaps a lot of people don't even think about it. They don't think about it, right? They don't think about the public works people do, but all those substructures and everything that's underneath the street. But you're confronted with that in your role as council people, dealing with aging infrastructure, everything from aging fleet, fire trucks, police vehicles, public works vehicles, all of that. Thoughts?
Well, I would like to see us try to figure out some public-private partnerships to help us on some of this. I'll give you just an example that I'm pouring around with, but again, we have 79 parks, and it's a lot to maintain. Maybe we could go to private enterprise and say, hey, so-and-so company, would you like to sponsor this park cleanup? Would you be willing to advertise around the trash cans in order to make sure we get a big chunk from the private sector to come in and help us maintain those parks? And I do think that we would have an appetite from a lot of the good corporate citizens to help us maintain some of those parks. Because I personally think 79 parks, to maintain them the way they are, along with all our roads and highways, we will run out of money if we don't try to think outside the box.
Other thoughts on infrastructure?
And I 100% agree, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's short of the city of Huntington Beach sponsored by, XYZ company, but I think.
Or park.
Yeah, exactly. But I think a Parks Conservancy, citywide could, I think, facilitate something like that. I think that'd be something, there's been somewhat of a model in Central Park, but I think citywide, I think a lot of we don't have to reinvent the wheel. A lot of other cities do this type of thing, but I think, we bonded to build most of our parks in the 70s with no mechanism to maintain them. And so it's 100% general fund to come out of that. We have done a wonderful job, our water department, being a full service city, some folks are like, well, why doesn't Irvine do this? Well, Irvine doesn't have to deal with water and doesn't have to deal with fire service. That's all third party. We do it all. The one thing we don't do is we don't have our own electric utility like Anaheim does. So we're in it. So, our water infrastructure is fantastic. Sewer infrastructure, we've done a great job of making sure that we're lining those sewers and keeping ahead of that as they start to become 100 years old in some parts of the city. There's parts of Boston where they're pulling out pipes that have literally Paul Revere's Silver Works stamped on the bottom of them. Like, that's how old their infrastructure is. So we are somewhat fortunate that we're in the city. But yeah, we talked about fire engines. We just bought 2 fire engines in a truck. Some ambulances. We do both. We transport, again, something a lot of other cities, even with their own departments, don't do. So maintaining all of those things is really important. Roads, most of our road funding comes from gas tax, which hasn't been raised in quite some time to keep up, and cars are getting heavier and heavier. I was told by our former public works director that some of those big trucks driving down Beach Boulevard are like 10,000 cars traveling over the same level of payment. Like, trucks just destroy our roads. And so, how do we keep up with that? Again, with asphalt's 100% more expensive than it was several years ago. It's going to be very, very important. And, look at City Hall. You walk through the building, there's literally hoses sticking out of the ceilings. And I think that's potentially where public-private partnerships can come into play. And the city does own quite a bit of land that I don't think is being used, and not parks, but other parts of, we have parking lots, utility yards, and things like that aren't, I believe, using up to their potential. They could be provided, could help to expand the economy and also generate revenue for the city. Seeing like Ocean View School District receives, I think, $2 million a year in revenue for their 2 sites that they have. One has Lowe's and one has Walmart on it. I think those are some examples of things we could potentially do, but I think exploring all of the ways to maintain our infrastructure, I'm interested to see, and then enhance our infrastructure, right? Like a lot of, you drive through Southeast and people are like, I'm driving through brick walls down to the side of the street. It's not a real exciting way to travel through the community, and what type of beautification we can include in that infrastructure. One of the things we brought forward last year was to look at relinquishment of Pacific Coast Highway, so it's not a drag strip from Newport to downtown, and what you can do on sidewalks, with palm trees, and really kind of enhance that, similar to what like Harbor Boulevard looks like in the resort zone, where it's a nice walk down the street, even though they've got 4 lanes of traffic on either side. You shouldn't be driving 70 miles an hour through the city. So I think that those types of, as we talk about maintaining, like there's obviously chances for enhancement. And I think, pulling the ripcord and zooming out to 30,000 feet on some of these things, where we're going to replace this road, like, well, could we do it better, right? As we are repaving, can we add features that are better for the community? Can we add active transportation options? Can we make the sidewalk more interesting and get folks walking? Because the only way we're going to decrease traffic in this community is to give folks alternatives to driving. I'm not saying you have to, but if you want to have less traffic or less congestion, you have to have fewer cars. We can't widen streets anymore. We are at capacity. There are movable objects on all 4 corners. And when last time we tried to widen the street at Beach Boulevard and Warner, we didn't actually have the traffic counts to do it. So OCTA wouldn't help fund it. So it's going to be, I think, on us to really look at alternative, and alternative infrastructure we don't even have, right? So one of the issues is fiber deployment throughout the city. I was at a conference for Cal Broadband, as the state's doing a major investment in breaching the digital divide. More digital infrastructure creates more economy for the city. You have folks starting home-based businesses that are generating revenue, getting business licenses, generating sales tax. I mean, I pay sales tax to the city. They get my share of computers sold. And so, that type of thing can help generate additional economy by making that infrastructure investment. We've gone around and around with Crown Castle, some of the other big IT providers that provide backhaul fiber, and our undergrounding ordinance is prohibiting some of the investment because they're the last ones here in the city, and we're forcing them to go underground when there's numerous bunch of cable that's also not coming down. So there's some discussion, could we do aerial conduit, different infrastructure pieces we haven't tried. So I think, additional investment above and beyond what we currently have can foster, small investment can create massive revenue. Because now that if we did aerial conduit, we get to lease that out. Now you have this new revenue stream that we didn't potentially have before. So I think kind of this, looking at what we have, but then looking at like minor incremental increases that we can do that can have great benefits to meet the 21st century needs of the city.
So I'm going to connect too with public engagement and infrastructure investment. So the favorite thing I've done so far since being elected was go on the Public Works tour. And I was just blown away at everything the city does from the infrastructure public works side to make your city operate. That as a resident, you really just don't understand and unfortunately appreciate, whether it's our beach crew that keeps works the graveyard shift to keep the beaches clean. The sewer system, the lift stations, how all that works in the harbor, lifting up, everything up to above sea level, the roads, them servicing our entire fleet of vehicles, our boats, our police cars, the fire trucks, et cetera. And I was so fascinated by the experience that we've worked, and we've created like a pilot program to engage the public and actually do like a public works tour. And we went on one probably about a month ago now, and I had some of my family and friends join us, and one was an engineer at Boeing, and they all said that was like one of the coolest things they've done and one of the best experiences. And I think the more people that we can engage in the public to see how critical our infrastructure is, then they'll appreciate more how their tax dollars are being spent, and then we can actually have real conversations about our decaying infrastructure, what's a priority, because most of what I've experienced so far being on council is people complain about the roads, especially where I live in the southeast. We're finally got Hamilton, we call Hamilton Highway, repaved, but there's so much other components of our infrastructure that has needs. So I think the more engagement we have with the public, so they can actually see the inner workings of the city, will help us find solutions, like Tony said, private-public partnerships, but also bring them into the room so they can see what's important and what needs to be focused on now.
Yeah, it sounds like that field trip was great.
Yeah.
And you think about it, the city spends an awful lot of time messaging, sharing information. You maintain a great website, you put out newsletters, you do everything you can. And what happens? Survey says 75% of people get their information about the city from word of mouth. Right. And the other 25 are getting it from next door, which is the bane of every city manager's existence, because what's on there isn't accurate and misleading, right?
But just on my example, my neighbors went back and he told all his friends, and then they're asking me, hey, when can we do another public works tour? I learned, one of our former mayors had never experienced that. I was like, you guys did not get to experience that. So if they haven't done it, it's just critical, and that helps with the word of mouth, is to get the message out. And so more engagement like that, I think it would be very beneficial.
Make it a requirement when you move to town.
Yeah.
So what other forms of public engagement? When you think about public engagement,
Since we're going, if we're going to public engagement,
got to mouse around.
I thought it was very important that you said 75% are word of mouth.
Yeah, it's a big survey.
And here in Huntington Beach, I was elected in another region where you had multiple daily newspapers. We don't have a daily newspaper. We do have the Orange County Register, but they don't always focus on Huntington Beach. So it's not a city daily newspaper where people know exactly what's going on. One of the initiatives when I became mayor, and I encourage all the council members to jump on this, is one, I started Mayor Roundtable TV shows, where we're going to go on public. I want to commend the police chief and the fire chief that already did the interviews, but we did interviews, and I thought they were extremely meaningful for our citizens to know exactly everything that they do for our community, and it's very educational. And so we have different guests from different parts. We had our state center and our state assembly over here. But I want to thank Jen Carey and the communications team, because I have been working them tirelessly, but also I very much, and I appreciate my colleagues that show up, but we've been doing town halls, community coffees, mayor mixers. We kind of break up the city in 5 regions, and I've committed to do a town hall in each one of the regions at least once a quarter. And we've had tremendous public input and also public participation. We've been working on PSA to announce big events that are coming up, let them know what's going on. If there's an important month that's coming up, we talk about those things. But I think it's imperative that we move away from this 75% word of mouth, because I think it's imperative on communication as leaders that we at least explain all the great things we are doing. And then also hear back from different parts of the community, because this community is so diverse, going from one end to another. I always believe that, you know, it makes me a better mayor, a better council member, because you take those voices with you and you hear from citizens on their turf. You don't wait for them to come to City Hall. Right. You're on their turf, and they kind of share exactly some of the challenges they see from the city perspective, and then you can go in and do that as well. And then I've left a lot of my home phone numbers with all these events I'm doing, and we get calls from, you know, at home from different constituents that say, hey, can you help me here? Can you help me here? And I do bother staff when I get those calls, and I thank them. But, you know, it allows me as an elected official that people trust to deliver on things that we can deliver for our citizens.
Other thoughts about communication?
Just real quick, yeah, just to me, it's so critical. I think the key to successful relationships is a great line of communication. And, you know, we experienced this on the campaign trail, just frustration that, you know, they're not being listened to or not being heard. So it's incumbent on us to be the residents' voice on the dais at City Council and speak through them and listen to them. And so I love what Tony's doing. The more engagement, you know, the better. I always kind of joke, my goal is to have less than 10 public speakers at each City Council meeting. So that means that hopefully we're doing a good job, but also they feel that they're being communicated with and they don't listened to. They don't need to come up and speak. We almost broke it. We had 12 on Tuesday, so we're getting close. But the more engagement, the better to hear their voices, because that's always the frustration is people feel there's like a lack of transparency or they can't communicate with you. And that, to me, as an elected representative, that's your number one goal is to listen to your constituents and be accessible to them. And so I just love what Tony's doing, and I think we need more of that, and to get away from the 75% word of mouth, but have a better mode of communication to the community.
And I know also, I'm sorry to jump around, Jen's creating more and more emails that we can communicate with our citizens, and I encourage all the council members to use her office to do that, whatever initiatives you have. I think it's important because we don't have that daily newspaper that this is what's going on in the cities. Right.
Yeah, a lot of the newspapers, they've all pulled back, they've reduced their staffs. A lot of cities, they don't get coverage. It's the big LA, San Francisco, whatever. But a lot of cities are just completely no attention.
Shout out to Zabo, who's here from the Times today, though.
No, and by the way, it's nothing, but he's not, I mean, they cover Huntington Beach, and I thank them for covering Huntington Beach, but I think he even knows what I'm talking about, that daily paper, that's your hometown paper. Again, I come from an experience from a different community. Like Santa Barbara, I represent Santa Barbara, they have 3 daily newspapers, and they have their own 3 TV networks. They cover everything that happens locally in the city of Santa Barbara. Santa Barbara is smaller than Huntington Beach.
3 million people in the county without a local, we don't have a media market. It's wild.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And, so I'm just, from an experience from another area coming here, I understand why people don't know a lot what's going on because you don't have those avenues to get the message out.
It's tough too with big issues like where I live in the Southeast, with ASCON and all that. A couple of years ago, there's 300 people. And now we're making really good progress. We had a meeting last week, and only 30 people showed up. And I heard some complaints because it was a little bit further away at the senior center. But it's just frustrating. How can we get our message out to the community better and more easily and more efficiently? And so to me, it's an ongoing process we'll have to get better at, you know?
And it's a challenge everywhere.
Yeah.
Council people say it everywhere, communicating with constituents. You know, like a lot of constituents, they get up, they might work. Chances are they don't work in the city they live. They're not paying a lot of attention. You know, and for the most part, maybe that's a good thing that they're not always thinking about the city, because that means they're not angry about something. But you want to communicate with them, and it's a challenge. PIO staff does a great job, but you want to tell them all the wonderful things that you're doing. So technology can help, and so we'll talk about that a little bit more as we go on. And so let's jump to the last one. And here it's fostering a high-performing organization, because you already have a high-performing organization. It's not like you're not in a good place already. And you're getting better, as the city manager indicated. He's filling his vacancies, and you got to have the people on the team to do the work. Earlier we talked about cutting red tape and making City Hall a little more business friendly, making it a little more predictable for people coming in the door to get a permit. So when we think about a high-performing organization, what comes to mind? We heard earlier making sure we pay people a market competitive wage. One of the things that you're doing to foster this today is what you're doing today. Because you're signaling to the staff that the city council as a body is prepared to act as a group to set big goals and give direction to staff. That alone does a lot. We've been city managers, we work with a lot of city managers and department directors, and the first thing they do when they look to maybe go take a job in another city, they watch the council meeting. They watch the council meeting to see, is this a good council, is this a bad council, is it a crazy council? You set the tone. So it's very important. And the staff who don't attend the council meeting, they're also part of that 75% word of mouth. They're going to hear it the next day from the other staff members who were there. So everything you do, you're the tone at the top. So I want to thank you for what you're doing already to support the organization. But what else do we think of when we talk about fostering a high-performing organization? Thoughts?
Well, one of the things that I think is important that we do, and we've already started, is to restructure and reorganize a lot of the committees and commissions to make the best use of our staff's time and efforts. I do believe we have a ton of wasted time. Our staff is already doing a lot. And with that restructuring, we can focus on the issues that actually matter. And that's something that I think it started, Dan Kalmick said it started a couple years ago, but we're working on that now to really streamline that.
Right, that's great example.
Yeah, so I want us to make sure that we have tools that help us help the community. So, you know, the examples of talking to constituents and, you know, the example that Tony used about folks calling and saying, hey, I need some help with a particular thing is a great example, because I think we all encounter those types of situations where someone, you know, contacts us and they want some specific help. With the systems that we have right now, there's not a way to track who has requested what and at what stage the staff is at in terms of handling the issue and what the resolution was and things like that. So that's a really important tool, I think, that if we acquire it, it can help us help the community. And then there are plenty of other examples as well. You know, if we acquire systems to help us develop the one-stop shop, the systems have to communicate with one another, because people say, you know, we've got the systems that don't communicate to one another, and the end result is the resident or the permit applicant's got to run around City Hall, different, you know, stops to get, you know, one single thing done, and it's a waste of their time. We can do a better job at that. So I think it's important to have those types of tools.
Yeah, just echo that. For me, it's just efficiency and, you know, every aspect. And my experience, our biggest room for growth that I believe can solve a lot of our financial problems is becoming more efficient in the encouraging business investment in our community. Too many stories we've heard. I know there's always two sides of the story, but, you know, people it's taken 2 years to open a restaurant or a business or, you know, retail commercial business. And so, you know, that's 2 years of lost sales tax revenue. So we're really focused on the one-stop shop, as Councilmember Bolton mentioned, just to make it more streamlined. You come in, you know, customer service focus. How can I help you? I'm here to remodel my home. I'm here to open up a business. Perfect. Here's a checklist. Follow A through Z. All these things. I'll be your point of contact. Get them in, get them permitted, get them open for business as quickly as possible. That will get communicated back out to the business community. Hey, HB is a very business-friendly place to be. I want to invest there. I want to, you know, create jobs, hire people. And that'll keep our sales tax revenue, which is kind of stagnant, increasing. And then same thing with the tourism, make it efficient, make it streamlined, and then encourage all that economic growth. And that's how we really, I believe, fix a lot of our financial problems. And that all just, like we keep saying, dovetails in the quality of life. So for me, that's the biggest room for growth, is becoming efficient and streamlined.
Other thoughts about organizational effectiveness and efficiency?
I think training is really important. The nails on a chalkboard answer to a question is, well, we've always done it that way, right? And there's a lot of, we're not a new city, and so there's things we've been doing for a very long time, ways we've been doing things. And as we apply technology to some of this, it's how do we break that technology and shove it into the hole that we currently have business processes designed around, because we've always done it that way. So I think that being able to continue running in the 21st century with adding technology into the mix, because our constituents and visitors and developers and folks all expect that we change our business processes to do that, and that will require training. In my day job, I joke that I get phone calls for solutions and not necessarily the problem, which is, I need a printer, I need a scanner, I need a computer. Why? I need to figure out how to make a PDF. And I know that I can print it out, I can scan it back in, and it comes back into the PDF. Versus just knowing that you can actually make a PDF directly from the document, you cut out a bunch of steps, but it's that efficiency where folks aren't in a position to ask questions about why what they're doing seems, for lack of a better term, dumb, inefficient. And so fostering an organization that allows questions to be asked about process without detriment, right? We're saying, I don't think this is the right way that we're doing this internal bureaucratic business process. Is there a better way to do it? Is there a more efficient way to do that? To support that, either financially as whatever you can do, whatever legal way you can do to incentivize that, or with, positive letters in your file for finding efficiencies in government. One of those, that's not usually an aspect of what people think of as government. Government is inefficient. Sometimes on purpose to slow things down so that there's time for public interaction. But I think that making sure our folks are up to date on current processes and current technology, incentivizing folks to go to conferences to find out what other cities are doing from the staff level. I know a lot of our folks do, but making sure that that's available to them. And that, you need training. This is what you want, that we can say yes.
Yeah, sadly, in a lot of organizations, training is viewed as like a reward, it really ought to be an investment, because you're getting your work done through the people.
Yep.
So you want to invest in them to create that culture of continuous improvement. So excellent thoughts. Councilman.
Kind of in line with that and what you said before, I do think it's important that we set the tone, or that we all help set the tone for the community and for the organization. Back to really the systems and processes. I think that a lot of the systems were created throughout the years in a very siloed manner, so they're not all integrated. Certainly, technology has moved on, and sometimes we have the funds to do something, sometimes we don't, and then when we do, they don't talk to each other. So it's important that as we make decisions moving forward, that happens so people do have the best information at their fingertips, because that can allow the organization to work in a more high-performing manner. Also, I think a continued focus on organizational culture, while that can seem to some like a soft thing that's unnecessary, it's not the, writing the checks and signing things and building the roads. I think allowing people to understand the mission and the values and the why of why they're here helps to motivate people, allows them to do a better job, encourages a team environment, and really, in the end, provides a better experience for the user, which is our residents. Also, I think within that, providing a culture that I think, which Councilmember Talent was talking about, really encourages innovation. Communication allows for, in moderation, some failure, which is challenging. You don't want that to be failure like on the front lines, but certainly when talking about challenging different problems that we have. And I think all of that has to be focused within human resources on, training and hiring and continuing to encourage that. One thing that our city manager has done recently was the service training. You know, really it's far beyond that, because it was really this, I think, design thinking approach where you're not only thinking about, you know, the different lenses that people serve people and that people receive that service or experience, but also looking at doing the process mapping of where are the gaps. And that, I think, is really what will help us create that high-performing organization where everybody is thinking about kind of from an engineering perspective, you know, like where are the challenges, how do people receive the services that we're providing, and really to take responsibility for that experience.
Great thoughts. Any last comments on that?
Real quick, as a manager and a supervisor of many men, my career, I always knew that happy personnel are high-performing personnel. And I've always, related that they don't work for me. As a supervisor, I work for them to keep them happy, make their job more efficient, and as Calmick was saying, trained up. If they don't know how to do something, then it's on us to train them properly, but it's also up to them to ask for the training if they don't know something. And the other thing I always drilled into them, if you're not happy, that's on you. Either find a new job or change that attitude. Move on, though, if you're not going to be happy and you don't want that job. You got an attitude, and that's something, but you got to let them do their job, give them the confidence to do their job and the freedom to do that job and keep them happy. And I've always had great success in that kind of thing.
Yeah, it's a great philosophy. Well, so that's great. We heard a lot of really fabulous input on all these areas. I think now is a good time. You've earned your lunch.
Great.
To take a break for how long?
Can we do a half hour?
Is it possible, 30 minutes?
Half hour?
Yeah.
Okay.
Lunch is next door?
Yes, through me.
Through me.
All right. Thank you all, and we'll pick it up.
Thank you so much.
Get done at some point. And some new priorities will probably come along downstream in the future. But in terms of where the staff's going to focus for the next 2 years, this is what we're going to talk about this afternoon. So with no further delay, we're going to jump into them. Hopefully you can read them all, that they're big enough. I love this big screen. You have a great room here. We also have these reproduced on the board there on the wall, because if there's a need to add any items, our team's going to scribble it on there, and we'll just work our way through it. So we're going to start in no particular order, but with fiscal sustainability. And here we have 6, 7 priorities on here that have been identified working with the departments and the manager, and again, our interviews with the council. I'm not gonna read every single one of them, but if there is a question about one, like what does that mean? Then I'll turn to the city manager or the appropriate department head to explain it. But these are priorities that have been identified that would help further the goal of fiscal sustainability. We gave each one of these goals a bit of a working definition. So in this case, it's ensuring that sufficient funding to support programs, services, and capital investment exists. I think that's very consistent with council members' definition of fiscal stability we heard earlier. So I'm going to stop, I'm going to take a minute, because we're going to go through each one. Then when we're all done, you get to play with stickers, you get to vote. But for now, let's just walk through them and see if there's any questions. Does everyone understand? Is there anything on there that needs some explanation? Pause.
Well, one of the things that I haven't seen is the kind of one-stop shop, growing the pie. Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm sorry. The one thing I don't see on there is kind of my top priority, mine, is the kind of one-stop shop, permitting process. What are we going to do to grow the pie in terms of economic development? I'm about to get back from Mayor's task force on economic growth from some of the leaders in the community. I'm expecting to get their work product back in the next month, and I was hoping to implement what they came back with. But for me, I'm only speaking for myself. I don't even see it on there. When we look at fiscal stability, is economic growth growing that pie?
Right. So a couple of things. Okay. And since all of these interrelate, maybe what we'll do is we'll spend a few minutes just going through all of them, because what you might be looking for is on another, is under another goal area. So we'll stop. In fact, I think the one-stop shop is under fostering an efficient organization. I think that consideration option for new revenues also touches upon what you're saying in terms of growing the pie. So let's walk through them all.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I don't mean to interrupt, but when I hear, again, everybody hears something different.
Yeah.
When I hear new revenue, I think of fee and tax increases. And because that's been the terminology that's been used in our industry. And I just want to make it crystal clear that's, that's what I hear. I don't know if others do. Because when I hear that, I don't hear growing the pie economic growth.
And that's what this part of this is about, making sure that there's clarity, what we understand. So if you chose that, people need to understand that your intent is that means through growth in your tax base, not implementing new taxes.
Correct.
That's why we need to understand, so we have a common vernacular of what we're.
But also, like before I mentioned economic development, you said it's under fiscal stability, but I don't see it here. So like Tony said, the top priority is encouraging business investment in our city and streamlining that process. So to me, that's the number one priority, and I don't see it on that slide.
So what we'll do is we'll go through them all, then we'll circle back around, and anything that you want on there that you don't see, we'll add it, so you can choose from. So this is what was identified, and again, because so many of these intersect, we put them up under particular areas, but there's so much commonality. So is there a general understanding of what all these items are? Does anybody need an explanation on anything?
The bottom one, when you say restart TOTs, what do you mean restart?
Audit.
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 Okay, got it. Sorry, audits. Read the whole sentence.
Good. Come to the next one, public engagement, which is providing the community with clear, accurate, and timely information and easy access to municipal services. The first one, I'm not sure everyone knows what a 311 system is. Al, do you or another staff member want to explain it? I could do it.
Yeah, 311 system is basically a one call, one app snap, one website. It's basically a one call does it all for services or inquiries so that, and there's a communication loop. I think some of the council members talked about knowing where something is in the process and when it's completed. And it's basically a way to manage all of the service requests that a city encounters, as well as inquiries. So you have a dispatch center, and it's just a very convenient way for the customer to get their service needs addressed. And if you want to elaborate, go ahead.
What's great about it, earlier, Councilmember mentioned, again, wanting to know where things are. So when I was working, my city had such a system. There's a phone-based app, or you can call a city call center. Every request goes into the system, whether it's clean graffiti, fill a pothole, whatever the call for service is. There's a choice, and it gets dispatched, and you can track. And the great thing is you can produce reports on the metrics of how long did it take to resolve an item. The citizens receive a little notice that your item has been received. Here's a receipt for it. They let you know when it's closed. It's a fabulous way of managing sort of that customer service to your citizens. It takes a big load off the city staff who are otherwise taking phone calls, or you who are getting inundated with constituent issues. You just tell them, get the app, call it in. And then the staff can provide you with reports so you can see how many thousands of requests for services you deal with on a monthly basis. A fantastic system, very well worth it. Is everything else fairly self-explanatory, or is there a need to clarify?
The only thing I would say is, and I think it's actually the 311 system. You talked about, which I appreciate, when you hear 311, you assume a phone, I think, number one. But you talked about the different interfaces, whether that be phone, app, website, what have you. And I think just part of that just means that the MyHB app that we have is essentially just an interface that we have right now. So it's improving upon all of those things to actually make it work. Thank you.
Let's jump to the next one, housing and homeless. And we talked, our discussion was really good on this subject matter. And I think when we come back, we provide our notes back to the city manager, one thing to consider is whether these should be together or perhaps broken out in two separate areas. That's the benefit of the type of discussion we had today. But this would be implementing programs to address homelessness and the need for affordable housing in Huntington Beach. Again, these are sort of working titles of subject matter.
Can we rewind real quick?
Sure.
On the previous one, public engagement, so create an open data platform for residents to access information from the city. Will that also, I would say that should also include like a digital dashboard to let people know where we're at on different efforts, as far as the progress, if we're succeeding, failing. I don't know if that's part of that.
I'll see if that's what
Yes.
thought was.
Yeah, absolutely. And we actually have a call scheduled to start looking at different dashboard systems. Yep.
Great, thank you.
So again, housing, homeless, is it clear what these items are?
One of the things I think may be missing from this is, it goes to a quality of life discussion on how the folks that are currently living in their homes, looking at expanding help for those who need to maintain their homes. Yeah. Because I had asked, we got an email from some folks that they're seeing there's some houses in their community, mine included, but some other parts of town, all over town, where folks aren't able to take care of their homes.
Yeah.
A lot of these are single folks that have been widowed, that are living by themselves.
Right.
And they may not have the resources or the family to help them do that. And I asked staff, like, hey, we are maxed out on that. There's a waiting list for vouchers for that type of thing. So I think for the good of the community, obviously having one derelict house in the neighborhood, folks want to help. And so I think creating either a process for volunteers to plug in, money to plug in, federal dollars, state dollars, whatever, I think would be helpful in this housing context. Is both keeping folks housed, right, so they don't become homeless, but then just you're housed, you can afford it, but you don't know who to call to help paint your base or paint your fascia boards or, you know, help get the weeds out of your yard. And they have the opportunity, but I think we need some help connecting resources like that.
Right, and depending on the area, CDBG allows for some of that expenditure, some of it may be outside of the.
And I would just concur with that. I know I was at the Council on Aging meeting, and for some of the residents who were approved for the mobile home tenant-based rental assistance program, which is great that we have, they have to have their dwelling in a good enough condition to be able to receive those funds. And some people, we didn't realize how bad things are. And there are grants for certain things. Sometimes there's just not enough, and sometimes it's over $10,000 for people to get that. So if we can prevent things from getting that far, and really, I think it is a public-private partnership probably. It is different entities coming forward to help. And it is a homeless prevention measure and keeping people in our homes.
So Carol, can we add that to our list there? What do you want to call that?
I don't know.
Maintain, helping folks maintain their homes, I guess. And you can use maintain in both senses of the term. Maintain their housing and maintain the aesthetic of their home or quality of life.
For vulnerable
Yeah.
populations.
Assisting residents to remain in their homes.
Yeah.
Through some maintenance assistance.
Sure.
I don't mean to be sour on some, and I want to make sure we're doing the exercise. What happens, like, for example, you had a previous slide on the economic side. There was about 4 or 5 things that I wouldn't support ever. And so it's hard to rank something of importance when you wouldn't support. And then here, there's a couple of things that I just wouldn't be on my list at all. How are we going to come back and revisit all those?
Yeah, we're going to find out how it all shakes out.
Okay, all right.
We're going to do the exercise.
All right.
That's part of the day.
And I agree. I think we should separate, in terms of the city, and in my opinion, housing and homelessness.
So is the rest of it understandable? Show me the infrastructure. I noticed that first one when I was reviewing your community survey, there was a lot of feedback on the restrooms at the beach.
Yeah.
So it's probably a good one to have on there, right? So here are 6 pretty broad, in some cases, categories of items. Do they make sense, at least? Do you understand what they are? You need clarification on it. And fostering a high-performing organization. And what about 8 items here? Again, you understand what these items are? Is there a need to explain anything? Do we need to explain what track star is? I think we all understand what filling key vacancies is. We mentioned there was a reference earlier to restructuring the boards and commissions. That's on here. Here's our one-stop shop for development.
Steve?
Yeah.
Could I interject just, I just was reminded by the city attorney that it's probably important for the council not to indicate how they would vote or not vote on a matter in the future in case it comes before the council. So.
Right, and again, for the public's benefit, for everyone's benefit, what we're doing here today is the council has indicated what their main goal areas are, and they're setting, will in a few minutes, set priorities based on the projects that staff has already identified that they're working on, and this gives direction to the staff of what to prioritize, when to bring it forward for council consideration.
Thank you.
So is the rest of us pretty clear? Third-party administrator for workers' comp, people understand the workers' comp program. Typically you hire a third party to help manage that. And then public safety, which covers a lot, everything from health in your fire department to technology advancements for your police department. Is there a need to explain any of these items? Obviously, the fire department, they use the self-contained breathing apparatus when they enter into a fire. It's important to replace those every few years to make sure that they're going to work when they need them.
The mobile integrated health program, is that MIC forms for pre-hospital care?
So mobile integrated health is just partnering with hospitals
it's kind of a private-public partnership. Looking at the types of responses we have in Huntington, we take the local hospitals and work together with them to either reduce the call or provide a different service delivery.
Okay. So I'm going to jump back. We'll take it, it'll be deja vu, but here's where we're going to identify what you didn't see on there that you want to see. We'll add to our list here on the wall. So we added under fiscal stability, Carol wrote economic development, and we added under housing and homeless, assisting the maintenance of systems to keep people in their homes. Go through them again here slowly. And if there's an item that you want on there, and again, in a couple of minutes, the council will go indicate its preferences, tell us, and we'll put it on.
Steve,
Yeah.
back to the fiscal,
Yes, sir.
I just throw out there to the council based on the economic development, if one of those priorities might be considered like an economic development strategy for the city.
Right.
I would also add some kind of controlled spending on city-driven projects and not maybe agenda-driven projects, like social agendas. Stick to city government work.
Can you give an example?
Yeah, stick to government work.
On a couple of these, I just want to, again, you went to public safety, and obviously I've expressed numerous times here today it's my top priority. But when we talk about the specific engagement of what gets done and the prioritize, the way I look at it as mayor or council member would be to sit down with the police chief and sit down with the fire chief and ask them their priorities. Because I'm not an expert as an elected official on every day-to-day things that they have things that I wouldn't know that should be on that list. And so where I'm coming from, I'm not comfortable saying, oh, from 1 to 7, this is what's important, because really, quite frankly, I would ask them, what is their priority, 1 to 7? And by the way, same thing on the flip side on the economic fiscal stability. Again, as I mentioned, we put together this mayor's economic development. They're about to come back with 7 or 8 items. And these are people who are in the community, who are experts in the community, know how to grow the economic bubble, so to speak. And in fact, we have Jeff Ball from Orange County Business Council. We have many of the business leaders working on this tirelessly for like the last month and a half. I kind of rely on a lot of those experts to come up with some of these priorities. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So like, if you're asking me in public safety today as a council member, I would just defer to the police chief and the fire chief and ask them to what that list is their priorities.
Well, that's how we got this.
Okay. So, I'm just telling you, I would be uncomfortable just ranking those because they know better than I do.
Of course. So, again, these priorities were developed through what we call a gap analysis and our interactions with the department director and city manager. All of these are important. What staff is looking for, knowing that you can't do everything all at once, is feedback from the policymakers. Which are the most important ones that you think we need to focus on first in the next 2 years?
Okay.
They're going to want all these stuff. You're going to want all these stuff.
Right.
And as it relates to, you mentioned roundtable and economic development, if you pursue an economic development strategy, very often that's what you do. Then you bring in roundtable, private sector experts to help you put together your strategy document.
Correct.
So that's the priority that becomes, sometimes it runs independent, or if it's part of the city structure, that would be one of the strategies that the city manager will come back with when he brings you the plan. Okay, you said economic development, here's how we're going to do it. But right now, we're still at 30,000 feet. And you're telling the staff, okay, here's where to put your emphasis. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Steve, can you go back to public safety? I just wanted to ask Chief Haverly. I didn't see the 3 firehouses that seem to be urgent. Was that not on there? Infrastructure? Okay. Got it.
Yeah, conduct an assessment of all city facilities.
Okay.
To determine your upgrades and repairs. We know that you need work on City Hall. You have a lot of older buildings that need work. Again, these are very broad, and when the staff takes these and they're going to tease it out further and bring back specific strategies to further these priorities and these goals.
So under that point, adding something to the list, on the fiscal stability side, I would add fostering economic development from city business leaders that come back to us.
So we wrote it as economic development strategy.
Okay.
Is that okay, sir?
Yeah, that's fine.
With input from stakeholders?
That's okay.
And this is the hardest part,
Right.
because the desire is to, of course, want to do everything. But this is how you focus staff's effort to achieve what you're wanting to achieve.
So I have, two things that are kind of related, and then one thing that's somewhat minor, but would kind of go in as we do code. So one of the things, we lived here now for 20 years, and we saw the community gardens just explode for any open space of land that we could get there. Price of eggs is $10 a dozen now. And over the years, seen folks get chickens. My next door neighbor now has chickens. And permitting for it's really expensive. It's like $400 for chicken permit. So I think as part of maybe, I don't know if it's economic development or high performance organization, would be to look at urban farming initiative, which would include beekeeping. Just looking at our code to see, because most of our farming codes from like the 70s, when we had active farms and dairies still in the 60s and 70s, we still had those type of things. And I think that there's enough. I mean, our code makes certain things illegal that probably shouldn't be. Like you can't grow corn in the parkway, or you can't do basic things to generate your own food, which is, I think, a core American value, right? Is to be self-reliant. And so something like that, I think, would be kind of a quality of life thing. That we don't want folks getting dinged by code enforcement because they've got 2 chickens in their backyard. And they didn't get their $400 permit. It seemed pretty aggressive. And I think beekeeping now has become pretty cool and isn't, I think, dangerous. If you're doing it right, and I think there's probably other cities that kind of figured this out. So we didn't really have a quality of life bucket, big stone, but I think I don't know if that's something we can.
And if the council is willing to stretch a little bit, we can put it up under fostering a high performance organization for the purposes of this exercise.
Yeah,
the comfort level.
And as part of that would be our food truck ordinance as well, because food trucks are technically illegal on all public streets, and yet they show up sometimes. And I think that there's, obviously you don't want one pulling up in front of a restaurant, but I think that in certain circumstances, you can't have more, like you can't have a food truck in a park, 2 food trucks in a parking lot, because they currently have to be separated by 100 feet or 150 feet, or it's illegal. Again, it's all like 1990s, it's like roach code laws from, you didn't want the food truck rolling up and wherever.
So I think we'll be looking at regulations.
Right.
Like antiquated.
Yeah.
Chiming in, I'm not opposed to it, but is that one of the, are we just talking about the big rocks here? Or are we, would that be a big rock for you?
I'm just trying to figure out like where. Like,
no, I understand. I'm not saying I'm opposed to it. I'm just saying, I thought we were going over some of the big rocks. And would that be a big rock for you?
I think the urban planning, or the urban farming piece, it's more of a thematic role as we're looking at zoning code updates. And one of the staff, I think, brought back like the complete zoning code update. Yeah. Could be considered. I just wanted to flag it as. I was asking, like, are we going to get more granular than today? And I don't think we are. So typically we wouldn't get that granular, but if we characterize it as zoning code updates or municipal code review, would that? Yeah, I just wanted to head nodding instead of bring it as an item when we have a whole 4-hour debate on something like that. And then again, as part of that would be block parties. We currently have no block party ordinance or code. Like we have no permit to get a block party permit. So if you want to block off your street for have a great, picnic or with your friends, you got to pull a special event permit, which again, spins you down this giant rabbit hole of everything. Irvine has a $40 permit. You get your neighbors all behind to it. City drops off bollards on either side of your street. You're done. And I talked to staff about it, and they said it's going to require some work. So if we're doing some type of code update to kind of include that in there without again having to go through a whole process.
There's also been some, like community-sponsored events, like real estate agents in town that wanted like garage sales and events at the park, and they get a lot of pushback, and so some old antiquated stuff like that.
Yeah.
To encourage more, engagement in the community and
hopefully revenue and
Yeah, I think
fund.
staff can bring something. I think there's probably a theme that could be there. Staff can bring an item back that addresses some of those things, so.
Yeah, so why don't we keep it high level as municipal code review?
Yeah.
Yeah. Awesome. Is there any other items that any council members feel need to be added to the list?
On any of the priorities or just?
On any.
I have one for homelessness and housing, and that would be one for the first item, really it's creating or continuing to develop a system of care in Huntington Beach. We say a lot there, and that encompasses that. So you don't have to write anything, but in my mind, that's what it is. The other thing is, in talking about housing supply, I know we've mentioned working with property owners to extend where possible affordable rental covenants and pursuing opportunities to develop affordable housing. The other thing is the housing that we already have here, the stock. The county provides various types of vouchers, and one of the challenges they have right now is that they don't have enough landlords who are open to accepting the vouchers. So, yes. And so I think that maybe it's better understanding why. Before I say what the solution is, it's better understanding why, and then perhaps connecting them with either the county or doing some type of educational study and campaign to encourage that, because there are reasons for them to accept them that I don't know that they fully understand, that may be newer incentives.
Should we characterize that as perhaps explore opportunities to increase acceptance of Section 8 vouchers?
And interaction, I don't know what the right word is, with landlords just in general in the community, property owners.
Perhaps investigate ways to reduce barriers to acceptance of Section 8 vouchers.
Sure.
But, again, I don't want to be devil's advocate, but I mean, part of that, as you discuss with landlords, a lot of state policies don't let you evict. And so it might be why some of them are apprehensive, because some of the state laws that come in that we can't control.
And that's where I think the study or the conversation is important, so we could really better understand, like, these are my concerns as a property owner, why I don't want to do this. And then maybe there are some misconceptions, maybe there aren't, but at least there's an opportunity to have that conversation, and a more city-driven effort to have it. And then however it lands is how it lands. They still have the freedom to choose what they want to do.
And again, at this juncture, we don't have the solution yet.
Right.
It's the discussion of, okay, what are the things we're going to pursue? Okay. So we spent a little time reviewing the goals, walked through the priorities, added a few other priorities. Anything else missing? Lots of stuff missing, right? But again, as we try to identify, okay, with limited resources, next 2 years, broad headline goals, possible priorities, is a relative comfort level with where we're at right now? Because in a minute, we're going to ask you to go pick.
I'm just thinking off the top of my head because, I don't want to miss the opportunity, but economic growth, maybe things like a theater or a stadium for concerts to bring in. If we're able to clean up some of the areas here, I was thinking like a volleyball, basketball facility or world-class pickleball facility that could do tournaments and bring, people from all over Southern California and Nevada into our community. Because when you have those, we have that right now. We had an economic study on our softball and baseball in the sports complex. And the economic study was dramatic at how positive it was for our city. So I would like to take a look at things if we have space can we have a theater that would work? Can we have a volleyball / basketball facility or a world-class pickleball where we could do pickleball tournaments to bring people here? So I would think that would probably be under recreational or economic.
Can we put it up under infrastructure?
Okay.
But it's there now.
But yeah, so it would be infrastructure connected to.
Again, they all
growth,
relate.
right.
That's great.
And then with, under infrastructure as well, with the complete major CIPs, and there's a list of some things, and I know that there will be more things included there. But I know we're currently doing the outreach for the central library, and that to me seems like one of the ones that would show up there as a main one, potentially. And I just didn't see it there.
Okay. We'll call that out specifically. Okay. Cool. All right, here's the fun part. We're going to give you each 9, if Carol doesn't drop. We're going to give you each 9 dots. Why 9? Why not?
I have another thing, I'm sorry.
Okay.
For infrastructure investment, I don't see downtown or Main Street on here at all.
When you say Main Street, what is it about Main Street?
So we previously had, I don't know if it was a strategy or a priority for the connectivity of downtown and also the potential redesign of Main Street, most closely associated to the ocean. And one of the things that was mentioned earlier as a potential success was reopening the Main Street to traffic. But I know that there was conversations about future, planning, design, and, reinvigoration of that area. And we've had a lot of consulting work already done. So I feel like we should include that still here. It's a really important effort. We've done a lot of work on it. Maybe there's a lot more to do, but it seems to me like a very important thing to have.
That's on there. All right, great. So here's how it's going to work. So you're going to be able to choose any of the priorities. You're not locked into 3 dots per priority or what have you. But in a minute, we're going to ask you to get up, go to the wall, and put your dot by priorities that you feel ought to be the priorities amongst the priorities. And then when it's all done, we're going to take a look where we are, and see what that tells us. So,
So we could do more than one, or one in each?
1 dot per priority. But if you want to put all 9 under, say, fiscal stability, you can.
Okay.
You can.
And we hired a team of scientists to come up with this
9.
method. So this is
Right.
tried and true method.
So
it's 1 dot per person. So let's say Tony picks one and I agree with him, there'll be 2 dots there.
Exactly. That's how it will work out.
All right.
Right.
And don't forget,
So
Yeah, we have.
financial stability has 9 items. You could put 1 dot on each of the 9 items.
But don't put 9 on
But you
one.
can't put 9 dots on one item. Like, you can't put all your dots on
Can't be
economic
weighted
development
voting.
strategy. You
Right.
can't,
And we give you all the same color dots,
1 dot per item.
1 dot per
so
priority.
it's a trust system.
Yeah.
And we're going to cut you loose now, and we'll give you however long it'll take you. There's a couple sheets over there.
Yeah. All right.
And this is the most difficult part for elected officials.
Yep, there's one over here too. No, don't do that.
And again, then look at which they brought forward these items.
So they're important to them.
And again, 90% of it happens below the water level of all this.
And Al will work with them before the final country. Yeah, absolutely.
If someone forgot
Yeah.
their date.
Yep. Uh-huh.
Imperfect.
Dot away.
Got a couple replacements if necessary.
You didn't take the last one?
Flash, which is different than the open data platform for like.
Carol, I double cupped it because it was too hot without it.
Oh, what do you want me to do with it? Don, what do you want me to do with it?
Oh, I thought you wanted coffee? Oh, sorry.
We'll be up all night.
What, from that little thing?
Yeah.
You should just get me through the next hour.
Yeah.
They're supposed to say something when they're all done, right? And then it's done. While we're on the slide, I don't know.
You're supposed to say, well, this looks like,
Oh, here's how it's out?
Yeah.
so she's not doing the slide where she was gonna put the
No.
results. We got rid of that.
I'll walk through and identify the priorities.
It's always the dicey part. It's always the dicey part when you tell them. They don't want it to.
How are we doing?
We're doing fantastic.
And council members, there's two on the other wall as well.
Aren't they, isn't that what we're doing, the infrastructure report card? Is all of it?
Oh, yeah. Oh, I know. You can miss it.
If you pick one.
Yeah.
Sorry.
That's okay.
So it's interesting, is the trials, but they don't know where I am.
No, they don't. And I've had that discussion, because it's not even a realistic look. Well, it's supposed to be Catalina, but it looks nothing like it.
Right, Catalina.
Not even
two harbors.
Yeah.
Well, but it's, well, from the north, but from the south, it's still a really, it never looks like that. I thought, yeah, when I first saw it, I thought that was odd. I mean, why wouldn't you have your pier?
Yeah.
Doesn't, probably Santa Monica, I don't know, but Santa Monica, Laguna Beach is what.
Maybe in 1909 they didn't have a pier.
Hey, you talked about a complex
You all right?
organization. Ann and I did
You're a happy camper. I'm happy.
team building workshop and some goal setting with the management team of Santa Monica. There's like 17 of them.
Yeah.
And we did the transit guy like, so.
So rarely that man in a million born. Just don't stop, but you just have to love you for looking just right. Keep it on the street. You think a gentleman wearing gentle and sharp, but you just as soon off you for looking the wrong way out.
Right. I could pass you that.
Pass you the small rock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You ain't crazy, I'm gonna lie. What you're feeling, there's a reason for. I wanna do right. Oh, gotta live right. Do I love you? Oh, you know I'll try. What you after, can't find in my eyes. I'm gonna do right. One by one, we're collecting light. When you can't give love, you give alibi. Now I'm gonna do right. This time I got to do right.
Shots are done?
We're done? All right. I don't wanna leave, I don't wanna say goodbye. Sooner or later,
All right,
one of
guys,
the
get back together, please.
Mama, when you gotta do right.
Yeah.
No. Well, I think,
Yeah.
well, I think they're just archaic, is what it is, right? It isn't that the people don't care,
That's our
that
favorite kind.
all the systems are from the 70s and 80s.
Yeah. 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 I'm not good at it either, so.
No, it's not.
Those are my first names. No, not at all. I do. I love this one. Great.
Yep.
Yeah. We're gonna try to make it better. Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. We actually had one of those who got permitted.
Yeah, we should have put that up there. Yeah.
All right.
We got one of those.
You guys ready?
Yep. That was funny.
Home stretch? Where's the rest of our council? Wait for, I guess Robin had to leave, so we'll wait for
Rhonda.
Rhonda.
Point.
Where did I keep saying Rhonda? Rhonda had to leave, but Natalie and Dan, there's Dan, and there's Natalie.
He's got his
Awesome.
Cookie.
All right, thank you very much for doing that. Let me kind of explain what's going to happen with this, because I think it's really important for you all to kind of get this. All of the priorities are going to be part of your 4-year strategic plan. What the dots are now telling Al is that these are the things that are most important to you all. These are the things we want to get done first. So I'm gonna go through these, and we're gonna talk about which ones are gonna be kind of in the first 2 years. The rest of the plan, when Al comes back to you, is going to have all these other items on them, but he'll put them in an appropriate year as to when those things might get done. And some of these might get done sooner rather than later because they're small rocks, and we can fit them in, and depending on what's going on. So let's start with financial stability. So the highest priority is for the economic development strategy. Kill myself. The second is consider options for new revenues. Now, again, these are such high-level goals. The devil's in the details, and Al will flush that out with all of you as you move forward. The spending policy and the implement of new contract management systems were also a priority. So when these come back, you'll see this as, here's your financial stability goal. Because I bet Al's going to have number one, he's going to work on your economic development strategy. That's going to be the first thing that we all are going to work on. And then considering the timing of all that and how that works, he'll fill these other things in as well. These other things of the updates and development impact fees and costs of service studies, those will be done as well, and Al will let you know what the timing is going to be on that when he brings back you the fully fleshed out plan. So this is so helpful to, I hope it's helpful to you all. Yeah. Because you as a council now see where you all are falling on this, and there is consensus, and there's good consensus, and so I think this is a really nice opportunity for the council and the staff to get on the same page and to understand what the priorities are, and then now we're going to let the staff kind of flush all that out. Community engagement. So, the 311 system. That work order system is obviously key for most of you. It's for 5 of you thought that was really important. Again, that consensus, that theory of, you're all kind of singing on the same page is great. The website and the community outreach are going to be another high priority for you. And enhancing HBTV is going to be important for you, as well as the digital dashboard for residents. So again, another really strong message that you as council are sending to the staff, and Al will be able to put something together for you that's really going to be robust and be able to tell you when these things are going to get done. Next thing is, okay, this is interesting. So, local control. That is your top priority. Maintaining that local land use control, that is important to you all. Al will be working with you to figure out how best to do that. Other priorities are kind of equal. Opportunities to develop supported housing through the low mob housing fund, collaboration on your homeless issues, and expanding the navigation center and working with property owners to extend the portable covenant. So this is a little bit more spread out than the other two, but that's okay. And I think Al, as we move into to provide the full strategic plan, he'll think about whether we separate housing and homelessness as two separate items. So, you know, that may come back to you a little bit different, but this is a little more spread out. That's fine, but Al will put together a program to address those issues. Infrastructure and investment. CIP basically around the pier. The pier is kind of your premier, what you're known for kind of spot of one of many. That got 4 votes, so again, that's going to be a very high priority for the council, as well as exploring additional sports concert venues, additional opportunities to get people into Huntington Beach is going to be important for 4 of you. So those 2 are the things that you're going to focus on from an infrastructure perspective. The assessment of cities, I know you guys have been talking about the infrastructure report card, and that's going to kind of come through this. But we also had the completion of your major CIP. So again, good feedback for the city and the team, and they'll be able to put together some plans that will move these things forward. And one of the things that you'll get to do as these things get done is you'll be able to go back to your constituents and go, hey, look at all these really cool things we've done. One of the things Al's also going to do is talk about metrics for these things. How are we measuring success, and what does success look like to us? And so as you're putting together these things, you're going to say, this is what success looks like in each of the areas, so that you'll be comfortable that these things are being done the way that you kind of instructed them to be done. High performance organization, oh, wow. The one-stop shop is the most important thing. Everyone, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I got 7. So all of you thought that was important. All 7 of you. And that is, you know, that's what we heard in many of our conversations with you. That is important to get the community easy access, get those answers that they need, and to move on with their lives. So also conducting a financial and performance assessment of each department over the next 4 years got one, as well as the municipal code review got one. And again, you know, this is a 4-year program. A municipal code review could take 4 years easily, right? So, and how you do that and in what order you do that is going to be kind of dependent on those conversations that the council is having with Al about, you know, your 1,000,000-page order code, how that's going to flush out. This is a weird one. We think the fire chief had something to do with it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for the fire department community risk reduction, engagement coordinator, opioid prevention, targeted risk reduction campaign was the #1 priority. Number 2 was the police department remodel, and number 3 with 1 vote was the community ride, comprehensive risk reduction strategy. So again, Al will be working with the fire chief and the staff to determine how those get done and when they get done, what resources need to be allocated to that. So thank you so much. This was the point of the day, was to get you to this point, and I really appreciate the effort and energy it's taken to get here. I know we talked at you a lot, and so I do think it's super important that you've given Al and your team a really good roadmap of what it is you want them to be doing and focusing on. So I appreciate that, and we'll be, is it your turn?
Yes.
Okay. Next step.
these are commitments from your city staff. And I'm saying it, but it came from them. We've had numerous meetings with your staff. And based on all the hard work that you did in giving clear direction today, this is the commitment from them. They're going to use these goals and priorities that has been established by you, and they're going to prepare a draft strategic plan. This is going to happen over the next few months between now and September. I think they're even going to have a study session. There's a little bit more detail on that in a few slides. But they're committed to doing that and using these goals and priorities. They're committed to implementing the programs, projects, and activities to advance these priorities of the City Council. Of course, it's consistent with budget, staffing, and workloads to the extent that, they can do it, have the capacity. And their third commitment is they're going to continue to provide you with professional and non-political advice, findings, recommendations, so that you can make the best decisions given that information. And they're committed to doing that. With that, I will turn it over to Steve.
So ultimately, you will have a strategic plan. It's in the works now. This is an important day to get it moving. Once you have that strategic plan, it's going to be important to report periodically on your progress. Again, what gets measured is what gets done. It's also important to keep in mind the need to try to hold off pursuing other big rock initiatives until you're through the plan you've adopted. Now, granted, things come up, so we're going to talk about that. But it's a best practice, try to hold off on the big things until you do this again or you are revisiting your budget. So we see this in countless cities where we work. We spend weeks and weeks working with the staff. We spend hours and hours with the city council. We hammer out a really good strategic plan. And then at the next council meeting, council member X says, hey, we need to go change direction and do this whole big thing over here. And that, in a lot of cities, they have a different name for it. In your town, you have what are called H-item requests, where council members can ask for things. And granted, they're not all the same size. Some are small requests, do a proclamation, work with a group. Others are big. Let's paint every building in the city. Repave everything. So it's important to understand how you get in your own way of your strategic plan when you heap on the staff a long list of other projects to be doing. It's almost like every city has their strategic plan goals and then this other task list. You only have so many staff, so many dollars to get things done with. So you've got to be cognizant of this, that depending on what you're asking the council, with the staff to do with other requests, you're diverting them from pursuing your strategic goals, which you've identified as being very important. So that's one thing to keep in mind. It's also best to work with your manager. That's why he's there. He's the interface between the council and the staff. That you tell the manager what you want done. He aligns the work of the department to get it done. It's best to work with Al, talk about your issues, and he can tell you whether it's a big deal or a medium deal or a small deal, and it can get worked in. Oftentimes, when I was city manager, a council person would mention something to me, I'd say, oh, we're working on that. It's coming to the council when, and you don't have to raise it at a council meeting and worry about getting objections from anybody else. So a lot of work gets done sort of under the covers anyway. That's the time you spend with the manager understanding what's going on. That's the best way for him to triage issues, to let you know, is that a big endeavor or something that can be handled. And also, it gives staff time to do the analysis necessary so the council can make an informed decision. Lots of times, there's no shortage of good ideas, but when you delve into them, there's a lot of factors, a lot of pros and cons need to be analyzed. Use the staff for that. Spend time with the manager. That's why he's there. And when you're considering council member requests, after you reorganize your commissions and you have them how you want them, think about using them. In my experience, in most cities, some of the commissions do a lot of work, planning commission, design commission, because they have a sort of a conveyor belt of work they have to get done. Other commissions are kind of talking shops, and so you might want to reroute an item to them and let them do some work on it before it comes to the council. Consider whether it falls under one of your strategic plan goals and might be added the next time that you do an update. And think about the level of effort. Is it such a big deal that perhaps the council needs to have a discussion? In some cities, any council member can direct staff to go do a lot of work. In other cities, it requires a majority of the council to direct the manager. In our experience, it's better if there's council consensus and majority before staff spends a whole lot of time working on an issue that may not have council support. Because again, you only have limited resources. Now, if it turns out something comes up and you really do need to act on it, this is a good criteria to use when you've determined that, okay, we do need to alter course, rejigger our workflow to make sure we can focus on something. Obviously, if there's a natural disaster, 3 years ago, whatever it was, COVID changed everything. And we were all about, okay, let's shift everything, let's permit dining out in the street, let's do everything, and the whole workflow of the city changed. If there's an opportunity with other agencies to partner, to leverage dollars, obviously we don't want to let those go. If there's new money coming from some third party, whether it be public or private or nonprofit, you don't want to leave money on the table, you want to take advantage of that. If there's a change in law, or unfortunately sometimes state mandate, it may drive the work scope for the city. And when you do that, when you add new items, give some consideration to, okay, well, what can we come off of? Or what can we push to the next year of the strategic plan to make room for these things that we need to get done?
Okay, first off, I have to say, we're going to get done early. Thank you to you for staying focused and following the ground rules, and that has been really, really helpful in getting us through this day. So what's going to happen next? We're going to write a written report on this, and we'll send that to Al and his team about the day. We'll lay out what the priorities were, the goals, and so that he'll have a document to kind of start working on. And then Al and his team is going to really draft that first strategic plan for you, and then we're going to help with an implementation action plan. And what the implementation action plan does is it really becomes your metric. How are you evaluating what you're doing, when you're doing it? Are you getting on time? Implementation action plan will have the priorities, the resources needed, who's going to do it, and when it's going to get started, when it's expected to get done. So it becomes a tool for Al and the department head team to make sure that everything that we've talked about today is going to get done within the time frame that you all have agreed upon. And it's a really useful tool, and it's something that you'll be seeing on a timely basis, depending on what Al decides he wants to do with that. So here's the next step. For July and August, Al's going to prepare that draft strategic plan. You'll do a study session in September to review that plan, and you'll hopefully adopt a plan in the October timeframe, which I understand you guys are on a federal fiscal year, so October is your beginning of your budget year. No, you're not. Used to be. Used to be. You're like one of the only cities in Orange County. Used to be. Not anymore. You're on a July 1 now. Okay. But you'll get this in October, and staff will start working on it. They'll probably start working on it before then, but that's the official timing. Mayor, any closing comments, thoughts about the day?
I do. Thank you. First and foremost, I think everybody needs to give a round of applause to Baker Tillis and people. I will say, as you interview me individually, I think I got a lot more out of this day than I was anticipating. I was not a glass half full kind of guy when coming into this door, but I think what you guys did is remarkable, and I want to thank you for doing that. I want to thank Al Zelinka, our city manager, for bringing us all together. I want to make a special thank you to Catherine, June, and Shannon Levin for helping organize from our staff and our whole staff. But I also want to thank our police chief, our fire chief, our city clerk, our city attorney. It takes a lot to take time out of their schedule to be here for this coming together. You have a lot of other things to do, and I want to thank you for taking time out of your schedule to be here. It's very important. And all senior staff. you know, taking away a day out of City Hall. I know you'll probably pile up a lot more work, but I think this was very, very valuable. And I just want to thank all of you for doing this, and I'm looking forward to working with my council colleagues as we get this plan, to implement this plan. And always the goal for all of us is to make Huntington Beach a better place. So thank you so much. With that, I would like to at least make a motion to adjourn. Second.
Wait, before you adjourn,
Oh, wait.
we do have an evaluation form I'd like you to fill out before you go. Take 2 minutes.
Yeah, sure.
Okay?
We can adjourn and then do that.
You can adjourn and then do that.
And in case someone, anybody has to really get going, but motion to adjourn has been seconded. I have to make this announcement. The next regular scheduled meeting of the Huntington Beach City Council Public Finance Authority is Tuesday, June 20th, 2023. And also want to thank members from the community for coming out here, and everybody watching on our HB TV. Really appreciate you taking the time to be here, and thank you. Mr. Zelinka, I'm sure you have some parting thoughts.
I wanted one more thank you, and that's to the Community Library Services team that pulled together the facilities here with working with Public Works. Just appreciate the venue and the organization. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Any other, I'd like to ask my colleagues if they have any parting thoughts. Any of my colleagues? No? All right, we're adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Goodbye.